energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin.
And it's Wednesday, and thankfully I'm home, and it's Thanksgiving week, and the Heat, not so good, Kurt Helin, but we have a next hour to talk about that on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint this week, as well as go around the NBA. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel, 9 a.m. on a Wednesday, can't complain. It's Kurt Helin from ProBasketballTalk.com and NBCSports.com, 6 a.m. on the West Coast. He might be able to complain, but you can sleep in on Thursday. I think it's a holiday, although who knows with our work schedules what's going on.
Yeah. Woj tends to screw up holidays, doesn't he? Like you see that tweet coming, you're like, oh no.
Yes, and that's why for people who don't know, in our business, pretty much you have the cell phone sitting on the table next to you at all times, whether it's date night with the wife, whether it's Thanksgiving, there's always something going on there. So it's an interesting time. I guess, Kurt, there's a whole bunch of directions I want to go in with today. But I guess where I want to start is, when is panic time in the NBA? In your view, when you look at the NBA, we always hear coaches say that Tim Reynolds, the AP, just posted a story this yesterday, that the 20-game mark is when we sort of get a little bit concerned. Monty Williams was in here last week with the Suns. He said, hey, that's who you are at 20. Then you decide what you can do about it. Do you buy 20 games as sort of a litmus test? Or do you think there's more to it than that?
I think it's a good measuring stick because I think you now have enough games to have said, I think Monty put it well. This is who you are. This is who you are right now. Injuries and other issues, which certainly are impacting the Heat, right? Like there's a couple teams in the league right now, and I think the Heat are among them, where I'm like, I still am not sure what they are fully healthy.
Exactly.
I'm still not what their peak is. I think what worries me about the Heat is, and it might you too, and I'm sure it does the fans, is last year they had absences, they had missing guys, and guys stepped up. And that's what I kind of haven't seen this year is
right.
The Duncan Robinsons of the world coming in, and he's had some good nights, but not every night. And those gaps weren't filled the same way. But right now they're still filling gaps. I just don't know what this team fully healthy looks like.
And that's a really good point, and I agree with that. Let me just get this extra audio off. Now we can actually hear you. I agree with that. I thought Eric Spoelstra, Kurt, had a really good point, though. He mentioned to us, he says, in a typical year, you might look at 20 games. He goes, but the conferences are so all over the place.
Yeah.
We've had teams that have been very good already and suddenly very bad, and we've had other teams like Sacramento climb up the standings in front of our eyes when we thought, okay, it's the same old Kings, it's the same old stuff. So I do think there's a degree of difference there in this season. Also, I believe with the baseball type series, teams haven't had really a full around the league sample. And I'll give you an example. The Heat have already played their full 2-game series against the Warriors, 2-game series against the Blazers, 2-game series against the Kings. They had a 2-game homestand against Toronto, a 2-game homestand against Charlotte. They're playing Wednesday night tonight against Washington at home and Friday against Washington at home. Next week, we'll talk about this at the end of our show. We go over their upcoming schedule. They have Boston on Wednesday and Friday. So they have another 2-game series. So I think what you're seeing is typically in the first 20 games, you might be facing 20 different teams, maybe at least 18 different teams. This year, that number for the Heat is like down to 12. So you haven't experienced the 76ers. You haven't experienced the Bucks. But on the other hand, Kurt, you haven't experienced the Magic. You haven't experienced the Pistons. You haven't experienced the Rockets, your sort of go-to W's. So it's hardly a balanced schedule where you can just say around the league, okay, these are all 20 teams in the NBA right now. This is where we stand and we go forward. And here's the other factor. And I don't know, and this is actually a subject I want to get to today. By the way, folks, we will get you the chat room in a couple of seconds here. Got a lot going on, so I want to sort of pace this a little. Kurt, are there more injuries than usual this season, or are there more teams being proactive and players being proactive when it comes to injuries? In other words, and this has become an issue down here with Eric Spoelstra talking about needing players to get back to the court. Yeah. Have we reached a point where teams are protecting their investments a little bit more? Maybe the Lakers with LeBron because they know there's still crunch time coming. Or, and this is my theory, and I wrote about it on my Ask Ira at SunSentinel.com today, because so many players have personal trainers, are there more medical opinions? In other words, it used to be you would say, I don't feel so good. You go to the arena. You go to the training room, the team training room. You'd go to the team doctor, the team physician. You get your prognosis. You decide from there. Now, Kurt, it seems to me, players are also going to their personal trainers. Yes. Their personal physicians. And the one thing, we've all been through this when we've had to go to the real doctors and get a second opinion and all those kind of things. When you're going through that, sometimes you just get too much information and it's information overload. So my question is, with all the injuries tonight, the Heat have 10 of their 16 players somewhere listed on the injury report. Is it a matter of they're hurt more than ever, they're cautious more than ever, or TMI?
I think actually a little of both. I think teams are more cautious. Absolutely. I think teams, more than just cautious, teams have come to view recovery and getting through the marathon of the season differently than they did even 10 years ago, right, Ira?
Okay, I agree.
Yeah, and so they're thinking more, hey, I mean, the best example I've seen so far is Golden State has played both of their games in New Orleans. Both of them happen to be second night of a back-to-back, last game of a road trip, and they sat everybody, right? They sat everyone you can worth naming on the Warriors pretty much in both of those games.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I was mentioning this exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
It's how teams approach it now. And that ties back into you haven't, like you were saying, having not have a sense of the teams, because the other thing that matters, and it balances out over 82 pretty much, is when you catch teams. Like you said, you've played the Kings twice. I don't know that they can play this well all year long, but right now they're playing good basketball. Like right now, the Kings are everything that they want to be, and they're lighting their beam, and they're all excited.
They're great.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. Honestly, they're great offense and bad defense, which makes for entertaining basketball for us, even if it's driving Mike Brown a little crazy. That said, they're going to hit, like somebody's going to catch them in February and they're going to be losing to Orlando, right? Like you're going to catch them at the right time. And that balances out over time, but right now it hasn't. When you catch a team really.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because again, like I'll give you the other example. There were teams that were supposed to try to lose and that are accidentally winning.
Yeah.
And so if you're getting Indiana now or Utah now, the Heat already got Indiana once and lost. They're in 2 weeks. They're back playing up in Indiana again. There comes a point where those teams organically will say, yeah, this is good, but not good enough. We could still sell off our Miles Turner, our Lauri Markkanen, our players who were unfortunately helping us win, and we can ease into the lottery and go that direction. So I get that also when you're talking about the schedule there, when you're talking about injuries. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put this out there now, because as people, if you've listened to the RedRecover.com show over the last few months, you know that I try to put Kurt on the spot. Kurt, of course, worked for Pro Basketball Talk. He does some aggregating with his own opinion thrown in there, not just your typical, hey, someone said this. But I want to put a question to Kurt right now so I can get Kurt aggregated elsewhere and put him on the spot. And the question is this. And again, if you're not from Pro Basketball Talk and you're aggregating somewhere else, like all these guys who do it on Twitter in their mom's basement or now on Mastodon, Kurt Helin, are today's players too soft? Are today's players softer? Now, this is like old man get off my lawn radio, but Are players simply not willing to play through what players played through 5, 10, 15 years ago?
I wouldn't call it softer, but no, they are so much more. Look, there's more money involved. There's so much money involved.
Great point.
And that if you're, I mean, it's $10 million and change this year for the mid-level exception, the median NBA salary.
Right.
If you're making $10 million a year on that's generation, it sets you up for life. Yeah, I'm going to be really cautious. I'm going to go get the second opinion. I am not going to rush back I don't want to say everybody does this because Ja came back really fast last night from his ankle thing. But guys are a little hesitant to come back until they're 100%, until they're not ready. And I think that
Kurt, I want to interrupt you for a second. But here's my question, and I'm getting this from people on the chat board, and also I've gotten this from my Ask Ira at sunsentinel.com. This is not the NFL where the money isn't guaranteed. This is not the NFL where if you get injured in games 1, 2, and 3, you might not get paid for games 12, 13, and 14. The one blessing of the NBA, and maybe bane of the NBA, is just about everything is guaranteed. So the question I've been getting from people is this: whether it's LeBron or Jimmy Butler or others, they're getting paid between $400,000 and $600,000 a game, whether they play or not. But also, they're getting that money regardless if they tweak that injury. They're getting that money anyway. So the one point, and I understand what fans are saying about this, is why aren't they pushing through? What are they risking? A lot of these guys have 3, 4, 5 years left on their contract. God bless Jimmy Butler and what he's done for the Heat. But I think, Kurt Helin, you would agree this is Jimmy Butler's last big contract. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think he'll get another one, but not this big. Yeah.
He's not risking the family income. You can make an argument, Tyler Hero, who's out with the ankle. Hey, he's going to get another one. Even though he's getting $4 and $130 starting next year, when he's 24, there's still going to be his contract when he's 28. I guess you're saying you're protecting that ankle or Achilles from something more. But that's what I don't get, Kurt. And again, I'm not old man get off my lawn here. I'm just saying is these guys are getting, again, Jimmy Butler is getting $400,000 a game. James Harden is getting more than that per game. Shouldn't there be a degree of push through it versus in the NFL? And you see old stories about needles and things like that. And again, as much as we talk about all the training regimens, there's so much more out there. Hell, they can go for some redrecover.com, red light therapy if they want. There's so many more tools out there. We see the Hayden Hurst commercial when we go on break here about what he does and what they have available. So my question is, Steve Kerr, acting in the best interest of his team, plays no one against the Pelicans. To me, you should get your money refunded. To me, it's like going to a Broadway show and you want to go see the producers, and okay, Matthew Broderick's not going to be there, but at least I'm getting Nathan Lane. Wait a minute. Neither Matthew Broderick or Nathan Lane, it's not the same show anymore from two stand-ins I don't know. It just seems to me, and again, I'm not harping because the Heat have 10 players on the injured list. I'm harping because when we turn on our league pass on almost a nightly basis, we're not sure who's playing. Kurt, I know you're like me, especially in Pro Basketball Talk. You will go to that NBA injury report every hour on the half hour. You will start at the 1:30, the 2:30, the 3, just constantly checking who's in, who's out tonight. If it hasn't gotten out of hand, I'll throw it one other direction. And folks, we'll get back more Heat-centric in a second. Kurt, what would you do about this? What would you do when you see these injury reports, and as much as half, probably more, are legitimate, there's also guys who are either erring on the side of caution or just know they're getting paid anyway.
Yeah, I definitely think that that's there. And it hurts the product, right? Like I don't think Adam Silver's solution of an in-season tournament solves the problem, but you've got to come up with something because the teams and the players are telling you and I, the fans, these games don't matter. These regular season games aren't that important. And until you either play fewer games so they become important or you do something like if there's 82 and I can afford to miss 25 and be fine, then I'm going to, not that everybody's going to go AWOL Kyrie Irving in the middle of the season. Like guys are going to, Guys are going to pick their spots and miss time. And I don't want to take away, again, certainly legitimate injuries. Guys are certainly missing time for that, and some guys are pushing back. But there's a lot of, hey, it's just the regular season. It's just the regular season. And it devalues the product, right? It's, as a fan, why am I going to it's not cheap to go see a Heat game.
No.
It is not going to be inexpensive to go see a Heat game. Why am I forking it over to go see them if I don't think I'm going to get a high-level product?
And again, this is the exact point I wanted to get to with Kurt Heel and Pro Basketball Talk. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. You're watching RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, our weekly show about the Heat and around the NBA. This is where I wanted to get you to, Kurt, for this reason. So when you are 4 games under 500, 18 games in, and you, Kurt Heel, are telling me it's early, and me, Ira Winderman, who just went on a 4-game road trip through snow and winter and hell and 8-degree wind chill, putting up for all of that to watch these games, my question is this. Is it still early? The players might say it's still early because there's more than 60 games left. Ira Winderman looks at the standings and says, you know what? The Bucks and the Celtics are starting to distance themselves to a degree and running away. You and I have spoken on our show. The Heat saw it dramatically on Sunday. The Cavaliers are good. What we saw last night from Philadelphia is that's a very resilient team, that they can find a way without Embiid, without Maxey, without Harden. They're going to stay level. They're going to get some quality wins. Honestly, what we saw from the Nets before Kyrie came back is a team that said, screw this. We can't keep falling behind. Then when Kyrie come back, and I know what happened last night, but he's a good player, and he'll make that team better. So Kurt Heel, everyone out there in the chat board, appreciate people who are chiming in already. When is it not too early? When you and I come on one of our Wednesday 9 a.m. shows and not do the old la-di-da-di-da, it's only 15 games, it's only 18, it's only 20, only 25, it's only 30, it's only midseason, there's still the trade deadline. When do you reach critical mass and you say to me, Ira, it's not early anymore?
I don't think it's early anymore in the East for the reasons you mentioned. The Heat and Bucks are starting to pull away.
You mean the Bucks and Celtics, right? I wish it was the Heat and Bucks. I wish it was the Heat and Bucks.
But you're starting to – I'm not looking at the standings suddenly right now, so I'm not sure what the gap in number of games behind is. In the West, it was really different. I'm not sure what it is today, but like 2 days ago, the 10-seed Warriors who were below 500 were still like 3.5 games out of first. Sure. And if you don't sense that gap is huge, then you're not hey, I'm going to rest everybody in New Orleans because I'm not panicked about the gap. The Heat need to start they need urgency. They need some real urgency because that gap is growing. And the teams that like you mentioned, the teams you've got to climb over are good. We talked about it going into the season. This is a deep conference. There's a lot of good teams. The Cavaliers are better than we expected, but you've still got it. Toronto's solid. They're not going anywhere. Philadelphia is good. They're not going anywhere. They're not getting worse. You're going to have to climb over these teams, and you can't. What's the first rule of climbing out of a hole, Ira?
Right.
Yeah. You got to stop digging. They've got to get some wins. They've got to start to turn this around sooner rather than later, because otherwise the hole gets too deep and you can't get out. And suddenly you're like we've talked about. You get that 5, 6, 7 seed, and you're in a brutal first round matchup.
You're not only brutal first round matchup, and again, we'll get to this more on the other side of the break, but you have to play the survival series just to get to that first round matchup. So you might wind up being in a play-in where you're going to have, say, the Bulls as your first game, and then the Raptors as your second game, and 2 days later, welcome to Milwaukee, or welcome to Boston, where it's not like it's going to be last season. Also, it's 6.5 games the Heat are behind first. Right now, I think the Heat are really looking more, how many games are we behind fourth place, and maybe that escape hatch to get somewhere close enough so they're about 4+ games out of that. Again, I know it's early. I know there are injuries, and I want to get more to the Heat injuries. We will update everyone on where the Heat stand injury-wise tonight against the Wizards at home, whatever they're calling the arena. Friday against the Wizards at home, whatever they're calling the arena. And I want to go through with Kurt and talk about each player being out, how much it means to the Heat, and whether there's a compensatory element for those players or whether the Heat are screwed. And I kind of got a feeling what Kurt might say. That's after this break on RedRecover.com, Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heel. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed. No. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman's Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome back to our Turkey Thanksgiving edition of RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. 9 a.m. plus here in the East. I'm good. He's Kurt Heelan from ProBasketballTalk.com and NBCSports.com, or whatever the hell they call it out there. And it's the crack of dawn out there in LA. So he's still caffeining up a little bit. Kurt, the story, we spoke about it in our first segment about the Heat falling into the hole they're now, right? 7-11. All the injuries they have coming in. Tyler Hero has missed more than 2 weeks with an ankle sprain. We were not told it's a high ankle sprain. I think that's why there's a degree of consternation. Jimmy Butler came back from the Heat's trip after 2 games, played in only 1 because of knee pain. And a matter of fact, I want to get to this. Kurt does a lot of interaction also with people. He's on Twitter. You can find him in other places. Kurt, when fans complain, because this is what I've been dealing with the last week about injuries and players are too soft, and they'll talk about football guy and other guys. And I'll get to this. I'll give you my thoughts after. How do you handle fans complaining about players sitting out with injuries when fans decide through their own online diagnosis at WebMD they should be on the court? Do you sort of just defer? Do you look at the injury and say, well, with the knee, with an ankle, with this, it seems too long? Sort of what's your approach when you come with dealing with people who ask questions like I'll get to in a second in our chat board with issues like this?
Yeah, I think people underestimate the grind of the NBA on a player's season. So I tend to default to that. Look, the human body wasn't meant to run multiple marathons on hardwood every year. Like it is hard on the knees. It is hard on the ankles. It is hard on the body. That yes, though, they've got state-of-the-art recovery, not just not just redrecover.com infrared light. I mean, they've got all this equipment, all this stuff.
Right.
But there comes I don't think that they're mentally soft. I genuinely believe they're looking out for number one. They're looking out for themselves more than the team most of the time. And getting, like, I think you would point about getting second and third opinions earlier was spot on. Every agent now goes to their own doctor, right? It's not even the player. I mean, Kawhi's got his own guys and certain players have their own guys, but their agents all have, hey, this is my guy. Go talk to my guy. Hey, we've got to rest him another week. Like, the agents are looking out for them and telling them it's in their best interest. And you've got a lot of layers and a lot of people around them telling them this. And it takes a special player to kind of like push that aside and like, man, I am playing no matter how much pain.
But again, you're getting those third opinions. And for example, you're out in LA with LeBron now. I'm sure you've run into Mike Mancy as his personal physical therapist. Mike was with the Cavaliers. LeBron comes here. Mike comes down to the Heat. He's great at what he does. Yes. He welcome into the training room. He knows LeBron's body. I mean, that's his temple. That's where he worships. So he knows that. Goes back to Cleveland with him, goes to LA. Jimmy Butler has a personal trainer, Armando Rivas. Again, very good at what he does. He was with Jimmy from the start in Chicago, went to Minnesota, went to Philadelphia. He's on the Heat staff now. He's sort of Jimmy's guy. This is not that unusual. This is not someone being megalomaniacal. This is just how it is in the NBA. But you have to work through that extra level that you previously didn't have. As a matter of fact, if you go back over the years, Michael Jordan always had Tim Grover. But Tim Grover wasn't necessarily in the locker room, whether it was Chicago Stadium, whether it was the United Center. He was a consultant. You would go to your doctors, you would get their opinions, then you'd go see your guy. You'd go work with your therapist, often at their own house, at their own gym, so to speak. And that's how it worked. And this has changed now, and we see guys there in the first place. So we're dealing with all these Heat absences or not. And at one point, I want to stress to Heat Nation now, because I know Kurt Heelan and I made shows out of this. Here's what's ironic. If Max Strus misses tonight's game, he originally was listed as out. Now he's listed as questionable with a shoulder injury. I'm going to put this to Kurt. I'm going to see if he's paying attention. Heat Nation, we're putting Kurt on the spot now. Kurt, if Max Strus can't play tonight, who will be the only player to appear in every single Heat game this season?
Kyle Lowry, right?
How about that? You and I have spent the entire offseason talking about Kyle's conditioning, Pat Riley's mandate to him, Eric Spoelstra's suggestion, the workout videos he did. We had Sean put some of them up here to show Kyle working out, and we were all a little skeptical. And here we are, 19 games into the season, and the last man who's standing is going to be the guy who's 36 years old, who we had all the questions about in the first place. So my question to you becomes this. Could we, at a certain point in a player's career, call him injury prone?
Yeah.
Or, this is the pushback we always get, Kurt Heelan, from the player is, there were a series of freak injuries. If I didn't step on that ankle, if this guy didn't run to me and hit me in knee-to-knee contact. In other words, Anthony Davis might be the litmus test or the example out there with you on the West Coast and the Lakers. He's hurt a lot. But almost all of them are incidents that can be traced back to the game. Not sort of swelling in pain, but just this happened in this game, that happened in that game. Tyler Hero, last season's playoffs, he did valiantly try to come back for that final game against the Celtics and was not himself. Now he's missed over 2 weeks with an ankle injury. Kurt, when do you look at a player, number one, when do you look at a player and say he's injury prone, or do you not use that tag?
I do. I think it applies. By the way, the other thing with the Tyler Hero situation, how many guys do you hear talk about, I got to take a couple days off. If this were the playoffs, I would go. But it's not the playoffs. So I'm not, like, you get that reasonably often. I don't know if it's the case in Tyler's case, but like you get that from guys who are kind of, they think they could go. No, I think you can get to a point where and you're right, Anthony Davis is the poster child for this. If you have enough fluke injuries, it's just not a fluke. And there's real questions about how hard Anthony Davis pushes through some of the injuries he's got, but if it happens enough, and I think it's somewhat style of play. Dwayne Wade would miss some time here. Dwayne Wade had injuries because of his style of play. I worry for Ja. Like there's certain players where
Yeah, you know what?
I
I
worry
remember
because of style.
the Dwayne Wade commercials. What was it like? Fall 7 times, get up 8. And
Yeah.
they had that whole marketing campaign about him that he was proud of it at the start. And then there was a point where Dwayne said, "This hurts, and this isn't as good." I love Ja, but when the big guys, when the little guys get up that high, they're that much off the ground. It's one thing for a 7-footer to dunk like that. It's another thing for the little guys. There's a lot of airspace to fall. Big guy jump, not a lot of airspace. Dwayne Dedmon jump, no airspace. John Moran jump, a lot of airspace. And I agree with that. And yet that's what we want to see. And that's what the NBA promotes. Just like in football, the big hits. Except the big hit-ees don't feel so good about it when they get up from that injury and go from there. So let's go through the hit injuries right now. Tyler Hero, we're talking about 8 games missed with an ankle sprain. Kurt, if they would have told me at the start this was a high ankle sprain, different injury, I'd say we're talking weeks. Okay, we'll move on. We'll be able to play without him. We can get on. Instead, there was thought that 2 weeks ago, or I guess actually just a week ago, it seems like a long time, that Tyler was going to meet the Heat plane and take off for the game last Wednesday in Toronto. That didn't happen. There was a bit of a surprise, I believe, from what I'm told, even from the staff, that Tyler wasn't there. So now let's flash forward to what we learned or didn't learn. And again, I know I'm putting you on the spot. You don't get to see as much. I'll give you my full thoughts after. How invaluable would you rate the Heat's chances of succeeding without Tyler Hero?
I don't know that he's invaluable, but they're not the same. They just need his shooting and they need his secondary shot creation.
Right.
A lot. That said, and we talked about this earlier, I think what's different this year, maybe it's just because Tyler's starting and not on the bench. Last year, you're like, wow, they're missing this. Oh, hey, they're getting it from, here comes the Gabe Vincents of the world stepping up. Except now Gabe's got to start and play a bunch of minutes because of the injuries. They're just not getting that depth that's there. They're not having anything behind them. And without that, they really need Tyler. They really need especially if you're not getting it from Kyle every night.
No, and matter of fact, I mentioned this, and what I mentioned is Eric Spoelstra will always preach defense as the most important part of their game, that we're going to win with defense.
Right.
Because he's old school and that's what he says. But this is an offensive league. And when the Heat were blowing their 11-point lead in Toronto, their 15-point lead in Washington, their, I think it was 17-point lead against Minnesota, sometimes, Kurt, what you need are relief baskets.
Yeah.
And that's what Tyler Hero provides. Look, I'm not going to send out Tyler Hero and saying, Tyler, we've got to get stops and you've got to do it. You've got to be the guy to stop Ant Edwards. I get that he's not. But you know what, Kurt? You don't stop a run with a defensive stand. Okay, maybe instead of it not being 17-0, it's 15-0 or 13-0, but they're still on a run. You stop a run with what Eric Spoelstra calls a relief basket. I think Tyler Hero would have been critical in those situations against those rallying teams that he would have created something on his own. He is the Heat's not only best creative scorer, but again, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Kurt. Who the hell else on the Miami Heat roster is a creative scorer?
I mean, outside of Jimmy, who can obviously create his own shot, I don't know who else really does that for them well. Because
I think Jimmy has to labor. It's hard to create those free throws and to get space. He's not explosive. He never was explosive. To me, it's Tyler and what the Heat have been missing without him and why he's so important. Other player now who's missed the last 3 games and is listed as out already for tonight against the Wizards. How invaluable is Jimmy Butler?
Well, to me, when he's focused and brings it in the regular season, we've seen it in their big wins, in the quality wins they've had. He's the guy who can, he's not explosive, but he just can get to his spots and get his shot. And if he gets to his spot, you're not stopping him. He's so physical. Plus the block on Devin Booker, like the intensity that he brings on both ends when he's fully engaged is something that few players in the league can match.
Yes, and he's their best two-way player. And I think if you take away the best two-way player from any team, for the most part. Now, the Lakers are surprising me a little bit because I think we both agree LeBron is their best two-way player.
Yeah. Hey.
And they found a way without him. So God bless
Anthony Davis has been he's 3 straight 30 and 35, 30 and 15 plus games. Like he has these stretches where you're like, oh yeah, remember when we used to think he could be as good as Giannis?
Yes.
And then Giannis like went to another stratosphere, but like he can be that guy.
But and actually, and if LeBron is their best two-way player, when Anthony Davis asserts himself, he can be a great two-way player also when he's digging in on the defensive end. So we have Tyler's been out, we have Jimmy's been out, and then the first two games of this trip, Bam Adebayo was out. How invaluable is Bam Adebayo?
Defensive anchor. They're just not the same team. I mean, even with his offensive struggles at moments this year, they're just not the same defense. They can't switch. They can't do everything. They don't have. I was going to say they don't have another Bam Adebayo, but there are not really other Bam Adebayos around the league. Or not.
No, I agree with that. His anchor and what he gives them, he sort of holds it together on the defensive end. There is no plan B there. They saw what they had in Nikola Jokic at Jovic. I wish they had Jokic. Jovic.
No, I thought he played okay.
Yeah, maybe one day they could just switch him out and do it that way. and so you could see with Bam. And the reason I'm bringing this all together now is this reason. I'm not going to put you too much on the spot here because it's something I looked up. We are November 22nd now. I want to ask you to give me the game. When is the last time the Heat fielded Jimmy Butler, Tyler Hero, and Bam Adebayo together in the same game? Just give me a date.
Well, it wasn't the Suns game, was it, that they won? No, because Tyler didn't play that one.
We're November 22nd. Throw me a date.
October 31st.
You're right there. November 1st. The victory over the Golden State Warriors was the last time. So for all of these, we're trying to assess who the Heat are and what the Heat are. It's been 23 weeks, 21 days since the Heat have had a lineup where, hey, there's Bam Adebayo at center. There's Jimmy Butler at small forward. There's Tyler Hero at shooting guard, which basically is this team. And so I think the thought of you can't get a read, and again, this is where I wanted to get to the chat real quick. I hope I haven't lost this right now because I thought it was a really good point. But there was a point earlier on our chat board where it was mentioned by Two Extreme that even when the Heat had those three together, they still weren't very good. They were still losing games those first 2 weeks of the season. But my thought, Kurt, is from what we're seeing from the Sacramento Kings and other teams, you find yourself at a certain point. Look at the Celtics. The Celtics were very uneven at the start of the season. And then Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum got together and said, Robert Williams is not coming through that door. And we have to learn how to make it work with Malcolm Brogdon. And we have to bring it together. And they have. And I don't think the Heat, Jimmy Butler's favorite word when he taunted me last year, have coalesced at this point. And here's the point. The coalescence, whatever the word is there, is not going to happen until all three are together. And what I would say to this, and I mentioned this in my Ask Ira at sunsentinel.com today, and I'm going to throw this to Kurt in a second because he covers more of a national perspective. I think you can take some solace from this. The Boston Celtics were about 16-19 last year at New Year's and 10th place in the Eastern Conference. Then they were in the NBA Finals. They found a way to bring it together. Kurt, can the Heat use that as an example of, hey, look where the Celtics were last December. It can happen. Or can the Heat not use that because they don't have Jason Tatum and they don't have Jaylen Brown?
Well, I think they're closer to that, right? Like, 18 and 21 was the number I always used with the Heat. With the Celtics last year, they were like, you're almost halfway through the season and you're like, they're okay. And they figured out, they got everybody healthy. They made two big switches. One was putting Robert Williams in the starting lineup. The other was, Dennis Schroeder, you can go.
Right. This isn't working. Right.
I don't think you can underestimate how much that sometimes helps a locker room. Sometimes there is addition by subtraction. I think the Heat, you nailed it. Over the course of a long season, if you listen to Spoelstra and every other coach, frankly, out there, build habits, build chemistry. We are building something. They love this. This marathon becomes about building the thing that they're going to take into the playoffs. The Heat haven't had a chance to do that. They have not built any good habits because, they just haven't had the right guys out there enough to, like you said, coalesce. I just don't know what I said at the top. I just don't know what this team really looks like. But I think you can take that away in that, hey, this is a team that's done because they've been there before. This is I don't want to say flip the switch, but this is a team that can get back to that level if things break their way.
And after our break on RedRecover.com, I want to talk about RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. I want to talk about some of the young players and others who've stepped in And Bam Adebayo's theory of, hey, they've learned in between a rock and a hard place, they'll be better for it later during the season. And then Kurt and I, as we do every week at the end of our show, we'll run down the Heat's upcoming schedule. And Kurt will either give us reason for hope or why you should load up on the tryptophan and just sleep over the next week with your turkey, because the schedule could leave them with a bunch of turkeys. Anyway, all that and more after this break on redrecover.com, Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin.
And we're back for our third segment on this week's RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's Kurt Helin from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com. If you missed either of our first two segments, you can go to any of Big O Show's podcast outlets and you can download those. And while you're doing that, just smash like buttons when you come across the show anywhere and everywhere. Big O will join us at the top of the hour. We had a little bit of a cold open again today. Kurt, we've spoken in our first segment about the Heat's injury status and where they stand overall in the big picture, whether there should be concern. In our second segment, we spoke about how the Heat stand in the East and whether moves can be made. And I talked about opening this segment with this. Do you believe that playing players bigger minutes than maybe they otherwise would have received, seeing guys like Nikola Jovic, maybe Jamal Cain, Orlando Robinson had a huge game in Washington the other day, played all 5 minutes of overtime. Does that provide a value down the road? Or is it just a matter of, hey, Ira, this is an old team. And when everyone comes back, you're going to play Kyle Lowry, you're going to play Jimmy Butler, you're going to play Dwayne Dedmon, you're going to play Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero. Was there any value in seeing the kid stuff over the last week?
I think there's value. You don't, first off, you're not going to get better at playing NBA basketball without playing some NBA basketball. Like,
sure.
Right? Like Jovic has got to be out there some and get some experience. And I think that pays off. It's also, I mean, if you're really pushing it, you're going to need them during the regular season because this is an older core. And you get into the playoffs, Ira, in fans have seen this with the Heat forever. Weird matchups come up. Like you end up in weird, strange matchups, and suddenly maybe it's not Jovic, maybe it's somebody else. Orlando Robinson has to be out there because he's the guy who can match up with player X and cause problems. And suddenly guys you didn't think were going to be critical become critical for that series. So getting them experience matters. I think you've got to give them some over the course of the season. It's just easier to do it when your team's healthy and you can pick your spots.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not going to overstate an Orlando Robinson, Jamal Cain. One, they're in two ways. They're not playoff eligible, although the Heat will have enough cap room to transfer them to standard contracts, or at least one of them by the end of the year. The Jovic thing to me is the typical NBA version of the backup quarterback. You want to see what you haven't seen. You think someone has amazing talent. You need to get him out there. He reminds me, he's just a long lineage of guys who have come over from Europe as great offensively skilled players. And you can see the takeoff path for him. You can see he's going to have that game, the three-point shot, the passing, knowing how to move without the ball, the screen setting and the screen slipping. He has all that. I'm not sure. Well, at 205 pounds and 6'10 right now, he can't have the defense because he simply can't muscle up, and that'll change. The one thing the Heat have been a little bit resistant of is this, developing the pure offensive player and dealing with the results. And Kurt, I wanted to posit it to you this way. Was Dirk Nowitzki ever a good defender?
I would say at the end he was passable because he figured out how to use
exactly the word. It's funny. When you were forming the P with your mouth, I thought that's the word I was thinking in my head was passable.
Yeah.
We reached that level of probably substandard still, but you can get away with it.
Curry's that way.
Nikola Jokic, for all he does with his bulk, is he a great defensive player?
No, but he's become better, and you can't attack him quite the same way because he's a high IQ player. He, sort of like Marcus, not as good as Marc Gasol at his peak, but big guys who are smart figure out how to get in the way.
Okay, and I think and I can buy that also. My question with Nikola Jovic is, if the Heat are expecting him to emerge as a two-way Heat system dog defender, then their priorities are misplaced. That I think he can be a nice scorer, whether it's a starter, whether it's off the bench, whether it's a change of pace. I think he can give that to your team. I don't think he can ever become this Bam Adebayo, this dogged defender presence. So my concern there is, can the Heat accept him for what he is, or will that not be good enough? And I think that's the issue with these minutes with Nikola Jovic right now. I'm enjoying them, but I do wonder about the Miami Heat endgame because I don't know if they can. And so, Kurt, I'll go back to you now, like we often do, for the national perspective. Do you have to be more accepting of those kind of players? That when you get these European players in, or it doesn't, I don't want to make this ethnic or anything like that, but when you get in that type of player, the big guy who likes to handle, doesn't really love contact, can create unique shots for you, and will be a negative defender. Should you learn to accept that in an NBA where probably the top offensive teams now trump the top defensive teams?
I think there's a certain level of adjusting to those guys. And it doesn't mean you don't work on them to become these passable defenders. But at some level, you've got to just deal with it. Because if he is bringing enough offense, and Jovic isn't necessarily there yet, but if he can bring enough offense, then you figure out how to work the defense around him. Because you're right. At the end of the day, when we were talking about the relief buckets earlier and the runs, you need, even if it's Jamal Crawford or Jordan Clarkson's of the world.
Right.
But just go get a bucket, because right now we've got to stop their run and go get a bucket. Those guys are invaluable. Tyler Hero can be that guy. Maybe Jovic can be that guy.
No, and I agree with it, and I think you make a really interesting point there. So my concern is, okay, Nikola Jovic will never be a great defender, we think. And I don't want to sell him short. The guy's 19 years old, hasn't graduated high school yet. And I do ask him every time I see him, did you take your final yet? He said, no time. I'm going to get around to that online. So we're talking about a high school kid right here. Kurt, you say you can find a way to work around Nikola Jovic. But can you find a way to work around Nikola Jovic's defense when Tyler Hero also is in that starting lineup?
Once you put two minus defenders on the floor at a time, the best teams, the Bucks, the Celtics, well, I guess we're going to throw the Cavaliers in that group this week. Too many places to attack. too many places to go at. The best teams will pull those teams apart, pull that apart. Like you can hide one guy, but it's really hard to hide two against good teams.
Okay, so you can't hide two starters. Can you hide three rotation players? Because Duncan Robinson still has a massive contract and has at least 3 years left on that contract, depending on the guarantee in the fourth year. Can you be a defensive team when your top 8 includes Nikola Jovic, Tyler Hero, and Duncan Robinson?
You can. It's harder. It's just way harder.
Right.
It depends on how many minutes guys are getting and who they're playing with and all that. Especially the second units generally are not filled with good defenders. So you can kind of get away with it a little bit, but
and that's why Tyler worked as a 6th man last year, also because he was with the second unit.
Yeah,
so,
and he's not getting exposed the same way. Yeah.
So you have those. So again, to go over the injury report tonight for the Miami Heat, we know that Jimmy Butler is out. We know that while we thought Max Strus was listed as out, he was upgraded to questionable. You have Duncan Robinson still on the injury report. He's questionable now because of that ankle he rolled against Cleveland. But I want to get to 2 names that have been steadfast on the injury report and go back. Well, actually 2 names that one has been in, one has been out, and look back at those contracts. Number 1, Dwayne Dedmon, they brought him back for $6.1 million, which seemed excessive at the time. People are going, oh, no, that's creating a trade chip, forgetting that when you sign a 1-year deal and you have bird rights, you have right of first refusal on a trade, forgetting that because he took a major increase from last season's minimum, instead of becoming trade eligible on December 15th, you have to wait till January 15th. Yes, I know hindsight is so much easier, but Kurt Helin, $6.1 million, Dwayne Dedmon dealing with plantar fasciitis, which we know can linger forever, but certainly for a season. How do you look at that deal right now?
It does seem a little high now, doesn't it? And it becomes the idea that he's a trade chip is great if somebody's willing to take him on, but right now he's not the center of any. Like he's salary filler in a deal, but he is not.
Correct.
He is not the deal I am making. And that's an issue because there are guys making. If he were giving you more, and you might be able to switch him for somebody making the taxpayer mid-level type of money.
Sure.
That does bring value to you.
Right. So you have that contract. Here's the other one. And I'm going to give people a little bit of the genesis on this contract, and then we'll discuss the current implications. The Heat have so tried to make this work with Victor Oladipo. So we got to July 1st. I was talking to Kurt. I was out in Las Vegas. And the original report was Victor Oladipo coming back on a 1-year, $11 million deal. And he's saying, okay, they're going to take a shot. They're going to give him a year. It's their money, whatever. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it works, Vic can go get a big deal otherwise. Then the Heat go through their machinations of some of the other moves they want to make and realize, well, if we give him 11, we're going to be a tax team. But if we restructure the contract and we do it basically 8 and 9, 8-5 and 9-5, we can give him a 2-year, $18 million deal, player option on the second year in case he breaks out, and we're now below the luxury tax threshold. We get $17 million, up to $17 million back. I think other teams will come back under the tax, but we'll probably wind up getting an 8-figure tax rebate by not being in the tax, so we'll go in that direction. So instead of 1-year, $11 million deal, we wind up with 2-year, $18 million deal. Victor Oladipo, and I think we're all surprised because he did play in the preseason, has yet to play this season. You can say he's a trade chip, but the only way to trade him is either to have him pick up his player option ahead of time or have him approve of a trade. Again, massive raise, bird rights, basically a 1-year deal because the second year's an option. He has to approve the trade on January 15th or later. I have thought, and we've spoken about this on the show for a while, that Vic was the perfect pull-it-together guy, that you could try Tyler Hero in the starting lineup because you had Vic's shot creation with the second team, that you didn't have to force-feed Gabe Vincent minutes that now have left him injured, questionable for tonight also, because you had a guy like Vic that could play off the ball or could play on the ball. You had that option also. I think we here, or me here, put a little too much faith in Victor Oladipo, but I think the Heat did also. So my question is, Kurt, when you look at the Heat and where they stand, and again, it's hindsight, and we can do that because here we are a day before Thanksgiving, was the 2-year deal a mistake for the Miami Heat? What did you think Victor Oladipo could be, And what do you think now going forward about Victor Oladipo?
I think the hope was he could be the guy we saw flashes of in the playoffs last year, right? Like if he could, and I didn't know that if he was going to be healthy and be able to play 70 games at that level or anything, but if he could be solid and then come in the playoffs and play somewhere near that level, and again, very useful in certain matchups, need that shot creation off the bench. It still seemed like bidding against yourself contract in some ways. Like it did feel like, didn't it? Like, wow, well, you can rationalize all the reasons they did it to stay under the tax and give yourself all these reasons. Now you're locked in. He's going to pick that player option up, like as of right now.
Unless he has a great second half of the season, unless he has a moment like he did in the playoffs last year when he was a really good defender and helped them on that end of the court, then because there is a degree of delusion from players that they view themselves as better than the statistics do or the metrics do. So I've seen players give up money. And I'm like, what the hell were they thinking? Because and then they fire their agent after they don't get the money when they thought, well, I'm worth more. What do you mean I'm only getting the minimum? Like Vic a year ago moves on, fires his agent, moves in another direction. You see that all the time, but you could just see how that really sort of stuck with the Heat. Here's the deal. The Heat did not have the cap space. They didn't have any cap space to sign a replacement for Victor Oladipo. The only option they had, because they weren't going to spend the full mid-level, because that makes you hard capped, and in their case, would have put him pretty close also to the luxury tax, was to spend the mini mid-level, the taxpayer mid-level. The reason the Heat had to fight to bring back or paid to bring back Victor Oladipo was they targeted the mini mid-level, the taxpayer mid-level for Caleb Martin. So the question becomes, would they have been better off punting on both Caleb Martin, who's been the starting power forward every game except the one he was suspended, and punting on Vic and saying instead we're going to offer someone $5 million and try to upgrade that backup backcourt position. So I think that's where they were. They were stuck a little rock and hard place. That sums up the Heat injury position. Now I want to look at the upcoming schedule before you and I talk again on next Wednesday. So let's look at the schedule. We've got a baseball series. We got the Wizards here on Wednesday, Wizards here on Friday. I'll start this one. These are must-win games for the Miami Heat because of what follows. And what follows is Atlanta, Boston, Memphis. Maybe a road to ruin. Maybe by the time we talk in 2 weeks, you're going, Ira, you can't climb out of this. It's too deep. I don't care if everyone was hurt. To me, Kurt, especially with Bradley Beal ailing, especially with the Heat's, I don't want to say B team, D team almost beating the Wizards in overtime last Friday in Washington at Capital One Arena. Am I overstating, knowing that what follows is Atlanta, Boston, Memphis, that these are must-win games? Jimmy Butler or no Jimmy Butler? Tyler Hero or no Tyler Hero for the Miami Heat?
I'm with you because Boston's playing at a high level, and even in a baseball series, it's going to be really hard to take one of them from them. Those are the Hawks. I'm not as sold on the Hawks as everyone else, and they're really good. Their offense is really clicking and it's working. And I don't believe the Wizards are as good statistically. They're just not as good as their record. They're just kind of playing over their head. That said, you can't afford the baseball split here, can you? Because I
don't think you can afford it. My question is, without Tyler, I'm thinking, and for sure without Jimmy, you're still a relatively shorthanded team. Yeah. And Kristaps Porzingis has really come on. That would have been a perfect trade acquisition for the Heat. Instead, the Wizards with Spencer Dinwiddie are able to pull that off and change their team. You have that. Real quick, we're on the way out here. Atlanta Sunday, early Sunday, late afternoon start. The Hawks, where do you see them right now? Where do you see that matchup against the Heat?
Their backcourt is great, but they still struggle defensively. They have great moments, but if you can get some good backcourt defense, I think that seems beatable. I'm just not as high on them as everyone else.
Yeah, and again, I think that might be another must-win game also for the Heat. But again, I think that game, unlike Washington, you need Tyler, you need Jimmy, you need to be a little bit closer to home because of DeJounte Murray, Trae Young, John Collins not doing as much, and also the Clint Capella effect. He always gets a double-double against the Heat. So I think that's going to make that interesting also. Next week, when we're back, we'll be talking about another baseball-type series, except over at Fenway, when the Heat have games against the Celtics on Wednesday and Friday night, but we'll get to that then. But for now, this has been your RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, basically injury show. Next week, hopefully something more healthy. Until then, Kurt, to you and yours and everyone out there, a happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
I'll be back with Big O on Friday with our Acura Pembroke Pines report. But right now, the Big O show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning, boys and girls. Hope you all are doing well. Let's get that light on going. Yes, we got the light. The light is shining on. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome aboard. It's a hump day. This is one of those weeks where I'm just beside myself. I had Sunday off because the Dolphins were off with the bye week. And then I'm off tomorrow for some Turkey Day, which is a beautiful thing. We got Canes on Saturday. Remember, we will have your pre- and post-game show live from Walk-Ons. That'll be our final show, Canes-wise, from Walk-Ons. We will be doing some other things with Walk-Ons. We will hopefully be building up that relationship with Walk-Ons. So they will maybe be a home for something else that's coming up. So you never know. So it's we've had a really good season, by the way. I want to thank all of you that have showed up to Walk-Ons. In fact, this afternoon I may be adding another giveaway for Saturday, because we always have a whole bunch of giveaways every quarter over at Walk-Ons. And by the way, I got to thank Caneswear, Jeff, and all the great people out there. Brett, obviously the owner, and Jeff, and everybody out there have been so nice and so supportive over the years, and obviously helping us out in the events. And William Quigley, we tell you about Cutter's Edge Pro all the time, and William has been an amazing supporter of our platform, and it's one of the reasons why we've grown so much, and we continue to grow as we continue to add subscribers every single day. And we encourage you folks to hit that like button, share the YouTube page, or iTunes, or Spotify, Stitcher, whatever it is, however you listen or watch. It's very, very important. So we thank all of you, because it takes you, it takes our amazing sponsors. You know, there's no way that we can grow and add more insiders and give you shows like the one you just watched right now with Ira and Kurt. That's not stuff you're going to get anywhere on local radio, dude. You're not going to get that ever. You know what I mean? They don't care about our town. And I know we have South Florida fans all over the world. And whether they're here or they're living anywhere else, they care about the teams and want to know. You know how many times, I get the comment like, "Hey, oh, thanks, dude. I live here, but I feel like I'm in tune with everything every time I tune into this show because I know what's going on with the Heat or the Dolphins or the Canes or the Marlins or the Panthers or Inter Miami or whatever." And that's kind of the idea. It's the platform for South Florida, sports. So it takes, you know how they say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes an entire community to raise a platform, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job. And just want to thank you all out there because without Nick Perdomo, I can't get this done. You know what I mean? It helps, whether it's Brett at Caneswear, Nick, whether it's William. By the way, Ed, my man from redrecover.com, again, another great sponsor and another person that's helping us put it all together. Essential moving experts. Omar Kelly will be on today at noon. Everybody does a little thing here, a little thing there. Your donations, whatever it is, you visit our sponsors, naturebee.com. I can't say enough, and I just want to make sure that I am grateful because tomorrow, we get to sit down with our friends, our family members, coworkers, whoever it is, and it's a time to be appreciative. And tomorrow we're not going to be able to be on the air because tomorrow is family day. Tomorrow is family, food, and football. That's what it's all about tomorrow. And so Sean and I are going to take the day off tomorrow. And I just want to tell you all on behalf of Sean and myself, because Sean is not necessarily a man of a lot of words, but I'll speak for him since I've got a big mouth and I can run it for hours. I know he's super appreciative of everything we're doing, and I don't know. I don't want to speak for him, but I think this is probably his favorite job that he's ever had in radio, and because this is the one time probably that he's felt connected to people and to what he's doing, and because this is his baby. He can take pride in a lot of all of this. And so I get the feeling, right? Am I right, Sean, that this is probably the most you've felt connected, in a program to people, and right? Exactly. And it's a cool feeling when obviously we're an interactive show. So it's a little different. We're not the kind of, show that we distance ourselves from the people that support us and listen to us. I'm not like that. That's never been me. Any of you that have met me anywhere at a concert or at walk-ons or Sports Grill or any of the places that we broadcast from, you know how I am. So just want to take, some time here to tell all of you that I really, really thank you so much. We're headed into, our third year of doing this platform, and it's pretty cool that we're going to be able to, start our third year in a couple months, and we're on our own. Not a lot of people can actually do that, and we're blessed to be able to be on our own. So thank you all out there for everything that you have provided us, and hopefully we can continue to build this thing up and continue to cover sports the way you guys want it to. So thank you. Let me get a little honey and lime. Rosendo says, "Good morning, Big O Nation." This is actually the perfect text after I talked, because Rosendo always has, something positive to say in the early texts there. He says, thanking God for the privilege of living as free men in a country which respects our freedom and our personal rights to worship and think and speak as we choose. Thank you, Rosendo. Appreciate you. I am not going to the California Niners game. I cannot, actually. I screwed up. We've got the Larry Little event that we got to cover at Hialeah Park with, Dwight Stevenson and all kinds of Dolphin greats and NFL greats, actually. We've been covering that event the last couple of years at Hialeah Park, and I forgot that it was the same weekend as that Niners game with the Dolphins, so I cannot go. But if you're gonna go, there it is. That's it, baby. At the Fan Zone, you can meet the legends. So Mark Duper, Mark Clayton's gonna be there. John Taylor's gonna be there also. I forgot who the fourth one is, but let me see. It is Eric Wright. Eric Wright is going to be there, and that will take place Saturday, December 3rd at Mission Peak Sportsplex, day before the Niners and the Dolphins game. And this is being held by the Dolphin clubs and the 49er clubs together, because as you know, we are blessed that we have Miami Dolphin fan clubs all over the country. We have Miami Dolphin bars all over the country. As you know, we've already broadcasted from 3 of them this year. One in Flagler Beach, which is just north of Daytona. One in Brooklyn, and one in Vegas. So our quest is to broadcast from all Dolphin bars around the world over the next couple of years, and we will do that. But there you go. If you want to meet the legends, you can check it out, and that'll be Saturday, December 3rd. They're in Fremont, California. I wish I could be there, but unfortunately, we cannot go to that event. So there you go. Find out more information. You've got the link there. Follow it right there. Now, it is time to take a look around the NFL with our Red Recover NFL look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport.
Football fans, it's time to take a look around the NFL. It's the RedRecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
Ian, are you shocked if I tell you, because I know you were there on the batter's box warming up there to come in. Are you shocked if I tell you that there are Dolphin bars all over the world?
No. Why would I be shocked about that?
I don't think every team has that. I don't believe that the Texans have. I don't believe the Bucks have Bucks bars all over the world. Well, it's just, I mean, it's pretty impressive.
The Dolphins they've had their moments in history, and they've certainly had their reasons why the world has tuned in. And I don't know this, but sort of anecdotally, my guess is the reason that some teams resonate so well internationally is when there was only like 2 or 3 games on TV during a given Sunday, was that team on there or not? I mean, that's why the Cowboys and Steelers resonate. That's why the Packers, the Dolphins had Dan Marino. You remember him? He was the quarterback.
I remember.
A must-see for anyone who likes incredible talent. So my guess is they sort of got an international – that guy, there you go. They got an international following when he was kind of in his heyday, and that has continued. These sorts of things are so cool. Like being able to go to a random place in the world and then you get to a bar to watch your team and you're surrounded by 30 people who are like into it and speaking your language, like that is a very, very cool thing.
Dude, I was in Brooklyn, Slattery's. That's a Dolphins bar in Brooklyn. Like, that's like nuts. I'm sorry.
No, it's barbecue in Brooklyn. You got some great barbecue there. I swear to God.
But seriously, like it's
Hometown barbecue in Brooklyn is amazing.
By the way, the owners of Sloman's Home Shield, Miami Dolphins fans.
Not surprising.
How about that? So, and they're in the Northeast, but it's just weird. I broadcasted from a Dolphins bar in Las Vegas, dude. Like, it's just like it's the craziest thing. It's really cool. All right, so I want the skinny. Let's go. Give me the good stories. Sean Kugler, what the hell did he do in Mexico? Come on. How many hookers did he hire?
Well, I mean, here's what we know about Sean Kugler. He was in Mexico with the team. There was an incident involving Mexican authorities where they were called and had to deal with the behavior that he put forth. None of it was good. As soon as the team learned of it, they did their own little deep dive, and then he was fired. That is what we know for sure. I know there's some other stuff out there. None of it is good. I would say certainly will raise some questions about the culture of the Cardinals, I would say. None of this is good. And, alarming, and the second coach to get in trouble, second coach to be fired. It's been a bad season all around for the Cardinals, and this is one reason why.
So I just want to have a little fun with this. Since the kid got in the league, he had to face a ton of heat, obviously, for 2 years. And now it looks like he's kind of, getting some of that heat off him and all that kind of stuff. So let me ask you something. Kyler Murray has never had a stretch of throwing the football the way Tua has, either in the first 3 games or in these last, 4 games. And yet he's kind of been put on a pedestal, really hasn't necessarily been critiqued. The offseason, that whole thing about studying film and all that, do you think that that's kind of turning the tide now? Is it finally going to catch up to him? Because here's a guy that I've believed in him, actually, but when you're wrong, you're wrong. And I'm starting to think that I'm wrong about Kyler Murray and becoming a franchise type player. Because one of the things that I see in him that I like is he's a passer. He can pass from the pocket. But
he scrambles to pass, which is really a great trait.
Yes, but he has yet to do it consistently and put up big numbers on a consistent basis. And he has players and he has talent around him. So talk to me about Kyler Murray and how he's pretty much avoided the heat that Tua could not avoid from the second he walked into the league.
Well, I would say with Kyler Murray, he is so supremely talented and so fun to watch. Different from Tua. Tua is talented also, obviously, but he's not that kind of like fast twitch athletic freak that anytime Kyler Murray's on TV, I'll watch. And so our opinions as a public are colored by what we like. And Tua is, regular speed. He is probably more accurate than people give him credit for. He can throw it well enough, but I don't think anything he does is eye-popping. A lot of things that Kyler Murray does is eye-popping. So I think that really sort of colors the viewpoint because we're constantly like, wow, can you believe that? And the splash plays sometimes take over. And in the NFL, and it's like this in other sports too, when you have guys who flash all the time, it kind of makes you forget about all the bad plays that came before that. So that's why I think the public perception is what it is. If you ask me, though, like, what's the reason that Kyler Murray, what doubt did he give people that he was a franchise guy? I would say that moment in training camp, we learned that the team didn't really think he watched film. That was bad. And that was, I think, the first inclination where people were like, what do we really know about Kyler? And the pressure was on him to have a great year, and he has had anything but. We'll see.
And his lack of maturity, by the way, coming off the field and ripping his coach. I thought that was a really bad look for him, too.
Well, see, I don't mind stuff like that because if we see like Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers do it, we go, oh, he's a fiery competitor.
No. The difference is you accomplish something. You are still a Padawan. So while you're a Padawan, you need to shut your mouth and listen to people and do things. But once you get to Jim Kelly and you get to Aaron Rodgers status and you get to Tom Brady status, I think you can mother F some people. I think you can have disagreements with people. I don't have a problem with that. Once you've earned the stripes, that's where I have a problem is when you haven't earned the stripes and you're running your mouth like you think you've arrived. And that's where I think it rubs me at least the wrong way.
On the other hand, he is a franchise quarterback. He does make, almost $50 million per year, and he was the number 1 pick. So he has been the guy in Arizona for 4 years. So, if you're the leader of that team, you can do some things. I know what you're saying. I'm not totally in disagreement, but I will say that even though he hasn't won a Super Bowl or a playoff game,
not anything,
or a playoff game, I do think he's earned the right to say stuff like that. So I didn't have much of a problem with that. I did have a problem with them putting in writing that he needs to watch film. That is alarming.
Yeah, no, that's disturbing as hell because that should be automatic of every quarter. Every quarterback should have the attitude that I've got to set the standard and I've got to outwork everybody to make sure that everybody, that way I can demand the most of everybody because I'm putting in as much or more work than everybody else. And I think that that's kind of part of the leadership. All right. Biggest surprise team in the NFL to this point and the most disappointing team in the NFL to this point.
I still say the Minnesota Vikings, biggest surprise. I know they got shellacked last week. I am not like everyone else. I generally don't tend to read way too much into these like horrible defeats because if you're going to lose by 15, that's the same thing as losing by 30. Like it doesn't invalidate anything the Vikings did. It's just they got caught in a bad day. It's like I remember when, I was covering the Patriots and they lost like 35-3. Or they won 35-3 against the Jets and ended up losing in the playoffs against the same Jets in the same year. Those big time losses don't always mean anything. So I would say the Vikings are sort of my surprise. Disappointing, probably the Raiders. There's been some other disappointing, but probably the Raiders. They're talented. I kind of missed the issues on the offensive line. I missed the talent issues on defense. They've had some injuries. Darren Waller hadn't played much. Hunter Renfrow hadn't played much. I still thought they would be better, and I think they can be better, but that would be my disappointing team.
Why should we believe that Josh McDaniels can actually figure it out when this is his second go around? Plus, he had a third attempt, but unfortunately he backed out of it with the Colts. And so I'm just wondering, what's the track? Why should Raiders fans feel like there's hope there with Josh McDaniels in place?
I don't know that he's given them any yet. So I think that's okay that they're skeptical. It's fine. I mean, I think last year they kind of rode the wave a little bit. They had, I think it was 4 overtime games and 3 last-second kicks. Like they won all the one-score games last year, which they get credit for. But, it felt like it was a little bit of an anomaly. I just don't know that they have the talent this year that's like to really, really compete. Should have got better. Should have won the first 2 games. There's definitely a bunch of should-haves. But anyway, to answer your question, I think it's okay for Raiders fans to be like, we don't know what we have, and we're just going to wait and see. He's not going anywhere this year, so I don't think there's going to be a decision. I do think they face if you're a first-year coach, you really, really, really struggle in the first year. Second year has a lot of pressure comes with it, and I think that's what Josh McDaniels will face.
I already rented a house in Arizona a couple weeks ago for the week of the Super Bowl. So how realistic are Super Bowl chances for the Miami Dolphins? What would you tell the Miami Dolphin fan base?
I think it's realistic. I mean, there's a lot of teams that get in the playoffs, so you figure like it's a little more heavily weighted to the better teams, but really it's sort of anyone's game. So I think they got as much a chance as anyone. And when you have talent and you have weapons, I would say they got a shot, not a favorite, but not crazy either. And I think that's a pretty good position for the Dolphins to be in. They spent a lot of money in the offseason. They put a lot into this. They seem to have spent good money in all the right places. And I think they're being coached well. So yeah, I think they got a shot. I don't think your house is going to go to waste, although I don't think your house is going to go to waste anyway. So
no, definitely not. And I mean, we'll have fun one way or another. Hey, look, this is a better team than the Bengals team that made it to the Super Bowl, right? That's the way I look at it.
I don't know about that.
Really?
The Bengals team was really good. Really, really good.
Okay.
We'll see, though. I mean, they might be good, too. And if you look at the Dolphins, you say, where's their weakness? Kind of like, I don't know that there's any real glaring one, which is good.
Ian, life used to make sense for us in the offseason. The East-West Shrine used to have their own week. Then the Senior Bowl would have their own week. Now, I don't know what the hell they're going. They're crossing over each other.
Yep.
So I need you to make a decision for this platform.
Okay.
So do I go out to the Senior Bowl and cover the Senior Bowl, which I know they have the top players of the offseason. I get that. And then I would shoot over to the Super Bowl week, right? Mm-hmm. Or do I go to Vegas where the East-West is going on practically at the same time, and there's the Pro Bowl going on. So I cover 2 events for the price of one, and then go down to Arizona, which is right there, a hop, step, and a jump from it. What should this platform cover? What do you think is more productive?
I think that's a hard question, and I think there's a lot of people, including myself, in the NFL, who are trying to figure that out. East-West Shrine and Senior Bowl seem to be butting heads and going head-to-head a little bit. I don't know.
What happened to it? We used to be able to go to both. That's what I loved. I love going to the East-West, then going home, kissing the wife, and then taking off again and going to the Senior Bowl. And it was beautiful.
I think that put the East-West in a position where it was like under the Senior Bowl, and I'm not so sure that's where it wanted to be, frankly. So they're kind of taking on the Senior Bowl a little bit. They got the staffs this year. They got the number 1 and 2 pick probably are going to coach the team. So are they going to get a big quarterback? I think that's a question. There's some stuff going on there, but I think a lot of people, including myself, are trying to figure out which game do I go to and what's the best way to handle the offseason, honestly.
So you think Eric Galko is going to do what others have not been able to do?
I don't know. We will find out, though. They got some good plans. Senior Bowl is also really good. I love the people there. I've been a big fan of that for years. Got a Senior Bowl helmet in my background. Can you see it?
Yeah. I have a Senior Bowl jersey over here, so I'm with you. I got a big old Senior Bowl jersey hanging and framed up. I love the Senior Bowl. I just wish they would have their own weeks, man. So that way it'd get the attention of the entire NFL. I mean,
I hear you.
Isn't that the case? Wouldn't that be why split up the scouts? Why split up the league? I don't get it. So you have no decision for me.
No decision for you, but not yet. Maybe I will. I'll see what my own decision is. That's a big question as well. We'll see. We got a little bit.
So you're deciding the same thing, right? Because we get the college and the pros in Vegas.
Yep, that's exactly right.
I might be able to squeeze in a concert or two while I'm there. That's always possible.
Sure.
That's it. All right, tell them what you're doing in NFL Network this week, my brother.
Well, we got big week. We got game day morning on Thursday and Saturday because we get all the Thanksgiving Day games. Really, really, really good slate of games. Maybe the best one in about 10 years. Got a lot of news, of course, and I'm really excited about it. So let's go.
Let's do it, baby. Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet. Catch him every week here with our Red Recover look around the NFL. Ian, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me.
You got it. There you go. So what do I do, folks? Do we go to Vegas? Do we go to the Senior Bowl? Which one do we do? Do you guys want us to cover the Senior Bowl and the top players from the Senior Bowl? And now I'm kind of thinking the Dolphins don't have a lot of picks. So is that really that important? I got to hey, listen, I'm sorry, but I got to think selfishly, okay? I'm a Dolphins fan, so I'm going to think selfishly every time for the Dolphins. But or do we go to the East-West? And but maybe they might get higher end players at the East-West, and we get the Pro Bowl. So we get to cover 2 events. You never know. That is your look around the NFL.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O for 10% off. The RedRecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley.
All right. Oh, actually, I don't have a guest right now, so I can keep that off. Good job. Good job by Ian, except he didn't really help me out on our trip. Strafisi says I should go to Vegas. Peter Holland says, F them picks, enjoy Vegas. Knight says Pro Bowl. The Pro Bowl is a flag football game. It's going to be, is it flag or is it a skills thing? Or is it skills and they'll have a flag contest or whatever? Dude, I don't care the part you guys, some of you, you're hooked on the game itself. I don't give a shit about the game. I don't care if it was a game, which it's not a game anymore, or if it's a flag game. I don't care. Now, if it's a skills competition, I actually will enjoy watching that. But it's really about meeting the players and the press conferences and getting interviews and getting, content for you guys. That's what it's about. So many of you are like, well, it's not a game anymore. Oh, like, I wouldn't go to the game anyway. I wouldn't care about the game. I'd be covering the events. I'd be trying to get interviews, talk to coaches, talk to NFL people. That's really what it's all about, is getting information. So many of you get on this whole trip about the game itself. I never cared about the game in the first place. I don't watch the Pro Bowl anyway. So it's not about the game itself. My God, I'd rather have bamboo stuck into my nails than sit there and watch the Pro Bowl. Are you kidding me? Like, I have a life. I'm in Vegas. I can do a hell of a lot more things than watch that stupid Pro Bowl game. So when I say Vegas and the Pro Bowl, stop thinking about the game itself or the flag game or whatever they're going to do. That doesn't matter to me. It's about access. Okay? It's about talking to players and coaches and GMs and stuff like that. That's what it's about. Trying to find out any news, free agency, any players that might be available and maybe Miami might go after. That's what I'm there for. Not the game. Nobody cares about the flag football game or anything like that. It's not why I'm there. When I'm going to the East-West Shrine, I'm covering the practices, I'm talking to scouts. The game itself, I record it on television and then watch it later on at home. I don't even watch the game. The only time I've covered the Senior Bowl itself is when I've done the sidelines or the color on the broadcast, because I've done that like 6 or 7 times over the years. And that's the only time I stay for the game. If not, I leave on Friday. I never even stay for the Senior Bowl game. It's about the NFL, talking to NFL people. Knight, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says there's a Dolphins bar in Egypt next to a spooky pyramid, I think is what he showed there. Thank you, Knight. Not that I believe that, but because if there was one, we have to go there like right away. Brian Walters, thank you, sir. As always, keeping it locked and always supportive and donating. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, Brian. Pro Bowl should never be a game. It should have been an award and skills competition at most. And I think that's what they're doing now. I think they're doing like a skills competition, which is actually cool. I think that's entertaining. Big O, do you know if the players get monetary bonuses when they get to the game, when they get the game ball at the end of the game, or the excitement is only for the props and peer recognition? Yes, the latter. No, there's no money involved. It's about an accomplishment. It's an MVP award for you for that game and what you did. That's it. That's all it is. It's an extra trophy for your case. Skills in flag football, I can't help it. When I hear and see football, I automatically think in hitting big play-making games, it's football game instincts. Yep. What's on the menu at the Big O house tomorrow for Thanksgiving? Usually it's, the turkey, there's a ham, there's a puerco, a little pig action. So there you get a little slice of all of those if you want. Yuca, boniato. The boniato is not normal for a lot of people, but I'm the guy. I'm the guy. I love boniato. Okay. And I only is boniato sweet potato? Is that what it is in English? Somebody help me out. Somebody Latino Help me out with that. Is boniato a form of sweet potato? Is that what it is? Because it's not orange. So what is it exactly? Help me out there. But anyway, I love boniato. So I know that that's something. Rosendo says, yes, sir. Yeah, it's sweet potato. Okay, so it's like a sweet potato, and I freaking love it. Now, again, that's not something that's common in every Thanksgiving, but it's common for my Thanksgiving because the old lady knows I love boniato, so she has to make some of that. The rice, the beans, of course. What else? Some stuffing. No cranberry. Nobody's cranberry. We have some salad. I think that's about it. Little Cuban bread. I always get a loaf of Cuban bread, chop it up and put butter inside. So you get little pieces, you know, she'll get the Cuban bread, she'll slice it in half, she'll butter it up, and then she'll put it in little pieces, and then so you can take a little piece, a little sandwich of Cuban bread with a little butter. Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. We'll be eating, and then there'll be a couple of dogs, you know, hanging around the table, and you know, they're asking for some stuff, and you drop a piece, give them a piece here, a piece there. That's it. Not too much. Knight says, Big O, look it up. Egypt Dolphin Bar. It's real. All right, Sean. You got a job there. You got one job, Sean, today. Go find the Egypt Dolphins Bar, according to Knight. He has sent 2 super chats.
Wait a minute, though. I want to know. So this is my one job today. This is my one job. This is
your one job. Just one job today.
This is it.
Find the Egypt Dolphins Bar, because if that's really true, that's like super effing cool. Like,
all right,
we
so
need
this
to
is on
go
the
there.
video now. This is my only job today.
This is your only job today.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Okay,
don't fail
that's what I need.
now.
All right.
Feet don't fail me now. Feet don't fail me now. Tomorrow will be perfect Thanksgiving if the Lions can play half decent defense and run the ball, and Swift and Williams get behind that elite O-line. Did you see that stat? That what is it? What's it called? Dan Campbell is like 5-0 against teams that are 5 games over 500 or something like that. Like, his team seems to surprise those kind of teams. So I don't know. That'll be good if they can do that. Although they're not 5 games over 500. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Big O, the black bean and rice and yuca. Yep. Although I'm not a yuca guy. I don't really like yuca. So everybody else will be eating yuca. I'm the only loser that doesn't like yuca. I know most people like yuca. I'm not a yuca guy. Boniato is a sweet papa. Happy turkey. Happy Turkey Day to you and your family. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate you. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate you. Ray brought me that to a card. Let's see. What else do we have? I've always thought of the Pro Bowl as an honor to be named to, but the game has no feel to it. Yeah, that game is terrible. I can't watch the game. I haven't watched the game in so long. It's ridiculous. There's 2 kinds, Big O. The orange we call the yams, and the white, which is we call a little sweeter. I put in soups. Okay. All right. Potatoes native from the New World. Sweet potato casserole with marshmallows and brown sugar. Probably my favorite. Wow. Okay. Best part of Cuban Thanksgiving is pork shoulders cooked along with the turkeys. Boniato is like the original orange sweet potato cousin. Difference is that the interior is a little lighter and a little sweeter. Us Dominicans call it batata. Okay. All right. Batata. You learn something new every day. Turkey should have been the symbol of the USA. I don't know, but I love turkey, man. I can eat turkey all the damn time. I do, actually. Since I'm a gout guy, I have to
I have to eat a lot of fish, a lot of chicken, and a lot of turkey. Because I can eat meat, but I can't eat it a ton. I have to eat it, every so often. Can't be eating it all the time. Big O, did you happen to see Patrick Beverly shove? Yeah, DeAndre Ayton in the Suns Lakers game last night. If so, fair or foul? Seems most fans agree with the shove. I mean, Patrick Beverly, bro. It's just he goes over the line on a consistent basis. And it's a shame because he's actually a good player, the kind of player you want on your team as a role player because of the defense, and he's made himself a good three-point shooter, but he goes over the line too often. I'll tell you that. By the way, Welt and Rayom, a proud sponsor of our program, 954-966-4646. Folks, I've told you before, you want to bring the insurance companies to their knees. I saw it firsthand. Progressive was completely dicking us around. Okay, I was pissed. I looked at my wife and I said, because, anybody that's married, okay? So it first happened, and my wife goes, I go, let me call the lawyer right away. I said, let me call Welton Rayom right away. And she goes, no, honey, I don't want to. Let me make the phone call first. Big mistake, right? And so right away, she finds out that, a person is calling. You know what those insurance companies, they're licking their chops, bro. Okay? It's like they're like, oh, we got another sucker. And right away, they started with the bullshit. And I told her, you had your chance. I'm calling the lawyer now. And sure enough, once Jeff and Dan got on it, dude, they got somebody fired on their end because they screwed up so much. Because these guys are way smarter than them. And they do this all the time. They bring insurance companies to their knees. They've got powerful lawyers, and they're smarter than you and I. They know all the laws. They know all the loopholes, and they take advantage of us. Do not let them take advantage of you. So I don't care if it's personal injury, commercial litigation, condo damage, criminal damage, bankruptcy, property damage, homeowner property damage, business owner claims. You call Welton Rayom, and I promise you, they will come through for you. They are awesome. They came through for us. 954-966-4646. Great people. They're in Hollywood. So if you're in South Florida and you need a law office that you can count on, Welton Rayom, 954-966-4646, and tell them that Big O sent you. So if you have any kind of damage, home, business, car, you name it, before you call those insurance companies, you call Welton Rayom, they have their own adjusters. Okay? Home, business, car, whatever. They'll tell you exactly what the damage is. So they know exactly what they need to go after to help you out. The insurance companies, brother, they're going to penny pinch and try to cut you short as much as possible. Do not allow them to take advantage of you. 954-966-4646 for Welt and Rayom. Orlando, did you know Buffalo linebacker Tremaine Edmonds and Steelers safety Terrell Edmonds are the kids of former tight ends Pharrell Edmonds? Yes, I do. Yes. And I think both the sons have better hands than Pharrell Edmonds did. Let's see. Nico says, Martha Quinn, I just spent a week in Costa Rica. The food was so much better than the food we eat here. Everything tasted so much fresher. Most of the food is stored in freezers for months. Oh, most of our food is. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, Costa Rica's got rich ground to grow and all that. Yeah. Definitely. Eric says, I remember Pharrell Edmonds. He was a decent receiving tight end. Marino made him look good. Yeah, what stopped Pharrell Edmonds from ever becoming really good was his hands. His hands sucked. Whenever he could hang on to the goddamn ball, he ran like a deer. He was gone. He was a hell of a talent, man. Physical freak. He just never was able to put it together because his hands were inconsistent as hell. Yeah, him and James, you blew it, Pruitt, were two guys that would frustrate you with their bad hands, and that's the thing that stopped Farrell Edmonds from becoming an absolute stud. Mediocre hands. Let's see. Good morning, Big O and Sean. Happy Thanksgiving to both of you and your families. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone on this chat as well. Thank you, Lenny. Appreciate you very much. Yes, sir.
I don't see anything. There's a boat in Egypt called the Golden Dolphin, but I don't see anything picture-wise. So if they can send us proof, then go ahead.
Yeah,
but,
Knight, it is time for you to find it for us, bro. I mean, Sean can't find it, so did he fail at his only job today? Or do you have the link? So Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com is the email. Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. Knight, you have sent 2 super chats, so you obviously must know something about this. Find the link. They've got if it's a real bar, they probably have their either a Facebook page or a website or something. Send us a link. Okay.
Now there's a couple located on Egypt Road, like in Atlanta and New Jersey, but there's no like one located in Egypt that I see.
Egypt is a place to be. Egypt. All right. There you go. What are you going to do? Remember, you can also make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. And you all know we love our Bitcoin donations. You can do that on Cash App. You can make a Bitcoin donation. But Cash App or Venmo, address is Cash Big O Show. Big O Show. By the way, tonight we've got the Heat and the Wizards. The Heat are favored by 1.5 points even with all those injuries. It's weird, right? Because the Wizards are 10-7. Excuse me. Miami is 7-11, and Miami is still favored by 1.5. The over and under is 211. Wizards are plus 105 on the money line, and the Heat are minus 125 on the money line. The Panthers are in action tonight. They're 9-8-2. They're having a half decent season, I would call. They're still not in the groove that they need to be. You can tell that they have not yet, figured out the system yet, and they don't. The coach Maurice does not have them playing, I'm sure, the way he wants them to play right now. I think Kachuk is like tied for like 39th in goals in the NHL, which that's not exactly what you traded for. But 7 o'clock, the Bruins are 17-2, dude. Jesus Christ. 17-2. That's absolutely nuts. Oh, will you ever open a Zelle account for receiving donations to the show? Yeah, for sure. For sure. You can Zelle. Yeah, you can Zelle Big O Twitter at yahoo.com. There you go. Big O Twitter at yahoo.com. That's the Twitter, right? The Zelle. I never give out Zelle. But Big O Twitter at yahoo.com. So there's the Zelle if you want. We do have Zelle, but I never knew that people would Zelle. I thought it was more about Cash App or Venmo. I thought Zelle was more of a, sending it to somebody personally. But if you guys want to send it there, either way, Big O Twitter at yahoo.com is the email that you can send it to right there. So there you go. Big O, there's actually a dolphin bar in Egypt. But send me the damn link. Send me something that proves it. Send it to Sean. Send it to me. Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. I'm super intrigued with that. Knight says it might have closed down over COVID. I was planning a trip just before COVID and found it. Now I can't. I failed you, Big O. No, you didn't fail because maybe you're right. If it was there before COVID, My God, COVID destroyed so many lives. COVID not only killed people, but it killed people's careers and their businesses. And my Lord, the devastation from that was just not fair. I got to say, absolutely not fair. By the way, remember when you got NFL and college games going on, still got some more college games left. Sports Grill's got 7 great locations. I talked to Carlos from Sports Grill yesterday, I believe. He told me he believes December 1st, the Doral location will be open, but they've got $1.50 Bud Light drafts and bottles during NCAA and NFL games. They've got some new cocktails now during the NCAA NFL games for only $5. The cherry lemonade and the tailgate tea, they've got $12 domestic pitchers. Bone-in wings are now just 15% off on the bone-in wings. That's awesome. The hot sauces are now available. You can take home the buffalo sauce, the Miami Heat, the blackberry, the barbecue, the Dali. They've got all those sauces, so you can, just start throwing it on everything at home, man. And then, of course, the Kendall location has milkshakes every Monday, and they've got rock and roll music playing all night long, folks. It is Wednesday. Kids eat free today with the purchase of an adult entree. Go to Sports Grill, baby. Check out the 7 locations, sportsgrill.com. Great place, great food, great fun. You're going to love it out there at Sports Grill, one of the great bars here in South Florida. All right. Like I said before, the Dolphins are the best team in Florida, not just South Florida, not the Panthers, the Bucks, or the Heat. Well, they're definitely better than the Heat right now. Still more dominoes to fall with FTX fallout, maybe. Yeah, it could affect still. I look at all of this as opportunities. That's the twisted part for me, is that I look at it as opportunities, because I know where it's going to go in the long term, so I'm not worried about any of the panic on the short term. So if there are any dips in the short term, all I'm going to do is take advantage of every single dip that continues. Right now, let's see, Bitcoin still hovering over 16. It's at 16.4, 16.5, right around there. So it's not hurting at all right now that bad. And Ethereum is around 1150 right now, 1160. So pretty much where it's been the last couple of days. But I still wouldn't be surprised if there are a few more dips along the way. I mean, it's that FTX fallout. There's a lot of people are going to end up losing money. And as I keep telling you all, please don't keep your money on exchanges. Been telling you that for a couple months now. Please stop doing that. Big O Radio Show sent a Reddit link above the pic. Okay, did you send it to Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com? Is that what you did? Let's see. Let's see. Not sure if it's legit, but here we go. Didn't know Miami Dolphins opened a restaurant in Egypt. And there it is. Explore new world boundaries. Let's see. I see it here. There is a Dolphins bar in Egypt. There it is. Now, I don't know if it's still open or what's the deal. Interesting. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you, brother. It's very nice of you. You found it. How about that? That'd be pretty cool to get in contact with that bar. I got to go. You know where we got to definitely go? Because, I don't know about going really to Egypt. I don't even know if that could be possible. But, okay, our friends in England, That's the, either England or Mexico. I don't know. There's got to be Dolphin bars in Mexico too, right? But England is the place to go. They are. I talk to more fans from that country when it comes to the Dolphins than I do in Mexico and Canada, which are the next ones that I talk to, because I do run into Canadian Dolphin fans that reach out to me and Mexican Dolphin fans that reach out to me. But our English Dolphin fans, number one by miles and miles and miles, of course, outside of the United States. But those are the fans. So I would imagine that if we could go there, that bar would get packed because they're fanatical about their Dolphins, and I think that they would support the show, and we'd have a good time out there, man. I think it would be really cool to hang out with the English fans. That would be awesome. It was called the Dolphins All, and it was covered in the newer logo. I can still see the building on the Reddit, but the link to the Google Maps now is gone. So maybe it's closed. Maybe it's closed. I don't know. I thank you, Michael. Well, now we've got to find out, because you really can't tell on that link if it actually is, open. That's the thing. Imagine a Dolphins bar in Qatar. Yeah, well, that I would not want to. I would not go there ever. Yeah, no. I didn't lose anything in Qatar. You won't catch me there ever in Qatar. Okay, that's for sure. Mexico loves I know Mexico loves the Dolphins. Mexicans are fanatical about the Dolphins. I'm with you there. I wanted to talk about something that I thought was kind of funny, and I want to talk a little bit about the Tua haters. And I mentioned this yesterday on Twitter to have a little fun with this. And as you all know now, and you saw yesterday when Marcel came on the show, and he was like trying to defend Mina Kimes a little bit, and like, that people are going after Mina Kimes and all that kind of stuff. And I get it that the Tuanons, or whatever you want to call us, we've been going after people, right? And I posted a video today just to kind of remind people on what kind of an idiot Chris Sims is. When I went after him last year, or around this time last year, because he was saying stupid stuff like, well, anybody can throw 5 yards and all that kind of crap. All that kind of stupid stuff that Chris Sims said over 2 years. And here's the thing that this is the funniest thing about the Tua haters now, right? All of a sudden, some of you out there, Dolphins receipts, Tuanons, whatever it is, you're going after these Tua haters, right? Or these Tua non-believers, or Tua FUD delivers, because that's what they were. They were just putting out fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They really had no real proof, but they just kind of kept sending crap out there, misinformation about Tua. So now you guys have been going after them, right? You realize that you guys have only been going after them for 4 weeks? Because the Tuanons really weren't going after him the first month, because it was kind of new to us first that he was kicking ass and all that. Not to me, but to the Tua haters. To me, I knew this was the guy all along, to be quite honest. I've said he's a star if you put the right people around him. And so we look at him balling out, right? And in that first month, it's kind of, and then he gets the concussions. So he's out for a couple of weeks, and the team loses every game that he misses. He comes back, they win every game he plays, and he's playing at an incredibly high level. So now that was the nail in the coffin for the Tuanons, the Tua lovers, the supporters, whatever you want to call us. So now we're going after the Chris Sims of the world, and the Mina Kimes, and the Mike Florios, and anybody else, Omar Kelly, who's coming up at noon, anybody else that was dissing the crap out of Tua, correct? You know, you guys have only been doing it for 4 weeks. And the Tua haters were having a field day for 2+ years. 2+ years. So for 2+ years, Chris Sims was being an idiot. For 2+ years, Mike Tenenbaum was being an idiot. For 2+ years, Brandon Marshall was being an idiot. Oh, but they want you guys to chill out now. Enjoy the season. Enjoy the moment. See, the problem is what people don't realize is we're all enjoying the moment. We're all enjoying the season. Dolphin Nation can't wait for every Sunday. I don't know about you, but man, having to wait these 2 weeks was a bitch. But guess what? This is part of it. They're also enjoying getting a little revenge. So sit tight there, haters. You did it for 2+ years. So now you're folding like a cheap tent because they've come after you for a couple of weeks. That's the game you wanted to play, right? You wanted to go out there with absolutes. Next time, don't have absolutes. Next time, maybe take a wait-and-see approach instead of saying, nah, never happens. Because then when it does, it's going to blow up in your face like an exploding cigar. And that's what's happened. But boy, unlike the quarterback who had to put up with it for 2 years, not say anything, never point fingers, never act like Zach Wilson, never act like Kyler Murray. You know, you can look at other examples around the league. That kid never acted like that. Ever. Stayed true, stayed steady, and did not flinch, and eventually came out from all of it. So for those of you out there that ran your mouth, too bad, so sad. Deal with it. That's what I would say. 1 hour down. We got 2 more to go. We will start hour number 2 in a first-class fashion with the man, the myth, the legend, that is Matt Verderam. That's next.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The Huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
All right, there he is, fresh from a trip to Mexico with Scott Kugler, with Sean Kugler, right, Sean? It was the Sean. Is that your buddy, Sean Kugler?
No, I'm not getting involved in that. Kidding? Thank God. You know, you really got to work to get fired from a work trip in Mexico, but he got it done.
You know what I always say, dude? If you can't handle alcohol,
don't have any.
Right. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. I had a buddy of mine that was, you know, and I think we all have that buddy. That guy that when he has too many drinks, he's effing you love him, but until he has a few drinks, he's effing annoying. And then he's like embarrassing you and everybody else that's in the, you know, in the group.
Yep.
And it would get to a point where I would tell him, yo, dude, if you're drinking, I'm leaving.
Yep. Yeah,
that's it. It was, oh, you're a dick. I go, no, bro, it's embarrassing. Then I got to either carry you or deal with you, or I'm next to you and you're embarrassing everybody else. Oh, and I go, yeah, dude, it's that bad. Yeah. And it got to that point with him, and I was like, hey, bro, I'm sorry. You know, you can't handle your liquor.
Well, it's like always having that college friend who, you know, would fight anybody if he had like 3 shots of tequila. You know, like, listen, you know what? I'm not going to fight somebody for you. You're an idiot. Like, if you want to fight somebody in the street, like, fine. Let me know how it goes. Yeah.
Dude,
what a
2 a.m.
What a clown.
It's about 2, maybe 2:30. We're getting out of Nikki Blaine's, and we're walking over to Steak and Shake. You been to the Combine?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yes. So you know the bar, the cigar bar, Nikki Blaine's, that you go downstairs.
I've been there many times. Yes,
right. So if you want to work, that's where you're going to get some work done. Anyway, so we're you know, it's like, you know, they kick you out, and then there aren't a lot of places left in Indy to go eat at that time. But Steak and Shake is a staple. And brother, there was this waitress who she's a big woman. And she was gifted, you know, chest-wise. And so these 2 NFL executives, one was so drunk that he had to squeeze the Charmin.
Oh.
Yeah. That woman lost it. And then the manager came and realized it was 2 NFL. I won't say who they are. This is like 15 years ago. None of you will figure it out, so don't even try. And so the NFL, the manager noticed who it was, and then talked her off the ledge from calling the cops. And everything kind of settled down after that. He was drunk, this, that. I don't think they get away with that anymore 15 years later.
No.
15 years later, you're kind of screwed. At that moment, you still were on the, you know, you still could maybe get lucky and get away with it, but that would have been a headline somewhere. But those 2, one of the executives, obviously, because the other guy didn't do it, but they got lucky. They did not end up in headlines, dude. Yeah. And there were several of us there, in the NFL. Reporters, whatever, nobody ever said anything about it because it's just not. It's one of those things you just, that's unless you're kind of one of those kind of reporters that you report, crap like that. That's most of us don't do that. We want to report trades and who's getting a contract, who's not, and who's getting fired and who's getting hired. And that's why we're there at the combine. We're not really there for any of the personal crap. You know what I'm saying? So it just twisted, brother. Twisted. All right. I asked Rappaport this. I'll ask you this. Who's the biggest surprise in the NFL for you, and who's the biggest disappointment for you in the NFL?
The biggest disappointment, it's got to be somebody out of the West. It's got to either be Denver or the Raiders. I guess I'll say Denver. Like, Denver is just comically bad. If you go out and you give up 5 draft picks and 3 players, and you're worse than you were, excuse me, that's never good. So I got to go with Denver. I think surprise-wise, the Giants. I don't think anybody could have expected the Giants to be as good as they are.
I think they're frauds, but
probably are. But they're
it's funny because every time I say this, I want to always phrase this. Brian Dable's done a phenomenal job. I just think it's a lot of smoke and mirrors is what he's doing right now, and I commend him for doing what he's done. I think he's done an excellent job overall. But
he's got to be.
I would not fear the Giants whatsoever if they happen to win enough to sneak into the playoffs.
I agree. Seattle, by the way, is another one. And forgive me for my voice. I have the flu. I feel like I'm dying. But
my wife has it, bro. It's getting around everywhere.
I am doing the best I can here. But Seattle, the Giants, they'd probably be right there. Denver and the Raiders are the two that you just look at and go. Like, I know the Colts, maybe you put them in there, but to me, I never thought the Colts were that good. So maybe that's just my own personal thing. Like, Denver, you spent $250 million and you went out, you traded all these picks, all these players. You're one of the worst 5 teams in football. Like, I think they have to be the team that not only are they bad now, they're going to be bad for a while. They almost torched their future. It's funny that division was supposed to be this great division and it's over and it's not even Thanksgiving. So it's been a weird year. I feel like there's only like 5 or 6 good teams. And so there's more disappointments than there are really great surprises, I would say, this season.
By the way, Adam Schefter is now reporting during a team meeting minutes ago.
Yep.
Jets players were informed that Zach Wilson is not starting Sunday's game versus the Bears. And then he has that he's a 5-2 record and both losses coming to the Patriots. And again, that's another fraudulent stat because if you actually watch the games, because, Matt, we have this disease in this country that we have a lot of, people that go on the air and do radio shows or TV shows, and they actually really don't watch the games. They just watch some highlights, notes that their producers prepare them with, that kind of shit. Because you've been in this business. You know what I'm talking about. But if you watch those games, Zach Wilson was not making a ton of plays. They were living off that defense and that running game, basically. What does this say to you now with Zach Wilson getting benched?
Well, it says that Saleh's trying to save the room because you can't start him. Like, I was surprised that was even a conversation this week. It really was.
Yeah.
You can't play him. You cannot play him. He is awful. And then after what he said after the game, that's a bigger problem than even how he's been playing. Like, to sit there and say, well, I don't think we let the defense down. Bro, you scored 3 points. You scored 3 points. What world do you live in? Like, it was embarrassing how bad the Jets were. It was embarrassing. And then on top of that, to come out and say what you said, Saleh's got to be thinking, I got to keep the room.
Right.
The only way he keeps the room is benching him.
Yeah. No, because your defense is not going to continue to sell out for you if you're not giving yourself a chance to win. And with this kid, obviously, he's not mature enough to handle all this. In fact, I was just talking about that before you got on because I trip out with the like you weren't a Tua hater. What you were like, hey, I need to see more before you were a wait and see guy, which guess what? That's what normal human beings do. But the absolute people that were like, oh, no, he's too short. Oh, he can't play this, that. And then now they're obviously eating their words. And the meanwhile, this Tua kid, he stayed composed through it for 2 years, bro. The coach didn't want you. The owner was trying to move for Brady. You know, you had a half the fan base that didn't believe in you, and then obviously tons of media members going after you. And the kid never pointed fingers, never said his offensive line sucked, never said they couldn't run the ball, never complained about the wind, never said anything that. And you heard me with Kyler Murray and Zach Wilson. You never saw that kind of behavior ever from Tua, and he's come out from under it. You look at this with Zach Wilson, and it's like, you know, this is a guy that just doesn't have it.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, if you're a Jets defensive player, you're furious. I mean, you and I gave up 3 points in an important game, and you lost because your quarterback. I know he threw no picks in that game because you should have thrown 6. I mean, if you watch that game, if the Pats could have caught the ball, he would have thrown 5 or 6 interceptions. And not like diving interceptions, like balls right at guys they couldn't catch. So, you know, listen, if you watch the game, the Jets had the ball with 2 minutes left and were running the clock out to get to overtime because they were so terrified of him throwing the ball. And I get on Saleh for that too. Look, if you're that terrified, then bench him. Like, you need to try to win the game. So now he does bench him. You know, and it's going to be Mike White or Joe Flacco or wherever they go. But no matter what, it really doesn't even matter who it is. You're benching him because you have to save the locker room. You have to save face. And look, with Tua, you're right. Like, he never complained. He never blamed anybody. And guys, like, if you're the quarterback, you have to take the bullets for the guys on the team. You have to. I don't care how talented you are. It doesn't matter.
You can't point fingers and make excuses as a quarterback. That will never fly, dude.
No,
never.
I mean, guys in the room will hate you. They won't play for you. If the receiver runs the wrong route and you throw a pick, that's on you. Now, in the meeting room, hey, it's on the receiver. Fine,
right.
You over it. But in public,
the coach will pin it to whoever it belongs in the meetings. You don't have to worry about it.
Go up there, hey man, it's on me. You know, I made a bad throw. You know, you fumble a snap, it's center's fly, it's on me. You take that bullet. You're the quarterback. It's what you do. And I think, you know, with Wilson, he should be taking every bullet he could find right now. I mean, you're playing terrible football. You know, and to go up there and do that is bad news. I mean, the best quarterbacks, to be fair, how many times have you heard Tom Brady blame his own teammate? Now, he may yell at him on the sideline or whatever, but you don't see him do it in the media.
Ever.
You don't see Mahomes go up there and trash a receiver. You can't do that. Cannot do it. Wilson, frankly, deserves what he got.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. It's a crazy story to see what's going on. And let me tell you something. Not just Wilson. I look at Kyler Murray, and he's kind of gotten a hall pass. And I think that obviously now that hall pass this year is kind of, you know, dying out with the whole thing about not studying the playbook, going after his coach, coming off the field, and then obviously his inconsistent play. You know, dude. I mean, at the beginning of the year, again we go back to the Tua thing. I had to hear people say that Mac Jones, Zach, and obviously Josh, that they were all better than Tua. That Tua was the 4th best quarterback in the division. You know how many times I heard that in the offseason from people on ESPN or whatever? And it's like, look what's going on now with Mac and Zach. And then this whole thing with Kyler. I think also that well is running dry too with him.
Well, we talked about this when it happened, but when you put a homework clause in your quarterback's contract, like, look, let's just be honest about this, okay? The way the sausage is made, if you're a reporter in this league, is you have sources, and a lot of them are agents, a lot of them are, you have some players, some coaches, some GMs, some exec, whatever. But a lot of them are agents. guys won't criticize players because they don't want to piss off somebody who's a source. And I with Murray, I think a lot of times people are hesitant to say anything because you don't want to upset anybody. Let's be honest. Kyler Murray, there's a reason that clause is put in his contract.
I've never heard of that. Never heard of that. You're not, because your quarterback is not. That's not supposed to be ever an issue with a quarterback.
I was coming home from vacation when that happened, and I was texting different people in the league that I talk with, and not one of them said they had ever heard of something like that. Not one. And so, like, the Cardinals, and of course, took the clause out, which it's like, yeah, that's great, guys. It's a little too late at this point. But yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason it's in there. Like, and by the way, there's also a reason they signed that.
And when you put a weight clause, there's a reason. When you put behavioral clauses, there's a reason. Whenever you put a clause, there's a reason why you put that clause in there.
The Cardinals put it in there because they don't trust him to study. Let's be honest. I mean, that's why it's in there. I will say this. I thought it was interesting on ESPN on Monday night before the game. They were ripping the hell out of Kyler Murray on air, which you never hear guys do that, ever. It tells you what you need to know. I mean, there was a column in the local Arizona newspaper before the game saying that Colt McCoy is clearly the guy they should start. Hey, Colt McCoy. So, and the Cardinals extended all these guys, Murray, the coach, and Kingsbury, and Bidwell's not exactly money bags. He's not going to go out and fire all these guys and then replace them. Same reason Josh McDaniels will be with the Raiders next year. Same reason. So they don't want to pay two coaches.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, the Cardinals are a mess. And that contract was bad money the second they signed that contract.
Is it Pat Mahomes MVP and then everybody else? Because right now it seems to me like he's actually pulling away from everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. I will say this. If I had a ballot.
Because Josh Allen was the guy that could have, and he's light years behind him right now.
Yes, he is.
This inconsistent running game. Now maybe Pacheco is now the one that straightens out the running game. But up until now, it's kind of been potluck with the running game. And then with the receivers, he's had guys that come in and out too. And I got to say, marvelous. I can't go best coaching job by Andy Reid because he allowed Alex Smith's BBs to drop. Nobody ever did that. So that's when I give him super credit for okay, that might be your best coaching job ever, dude. Right. You got a conservative quarterback to actually open up a little bit. That's huge. That's like getting Michael Vick to 60%, 62% completion. Yeah. That's you and I know elite quarterbacks, it's over 65. Okay. To get Michael Vick to 60, 62 is oh my God, that's like a hell of an accomplishment. But great job by Andy Reid. But I gotta say, dude, Mahomes he's shaping up that MVP trophy all by himself right now, dude. All by himself.
Yeah, I thought he cemented it in a lot of ways with that drive against the Chargers to win the game. Look, if I had a ballot right now, for me, it's 1, 2, and 3 are somewhat defined. I would have Mahomes, and I would have Tua, and then I would have Hurts. I mean, that would be 1, 2, and 3. I do think there's a pretty good gap right now. I mean, right now, Mahomes is throwing 28 touchdown passes. Nobody else is 23. He's got over 300 yards passing. He's got 300 passing yards more than the next guy, Josh Allen. It's always been this thing with some people about, well, he has so much help. Well, doesn't have Tyreek anymore. Kelsey's obviously great, but Tyreek is gone.
Everybody has great players, bro. Every great quarterback has great players too, bro. Please.
Yeah, well, this is true. I mean, against the Chargers, they had nobody that anybody's heard of outside of Kelsey because they're all hurt. Juju got hurt. Tony was hurt. MVS was banged up throughout the week. Hardman's out, and he still threw for 330 yards and 3 touchdowns. It's funny watching that game. When they got the ball back with 1:40 left, down 4, it was the most certain I was the entire game that they were going to win. Even though they had given up a touchdown, they're going down the field. They're going to score. And then, of course, they did, and Kelsey scored again. It was third touchdown of the day. But yes, I think right now, unless he really falls apart, yeah, he should win the MVP.
I mean, what he's doing every week is amazing, and kind of like what we talked about in the preseason, that even though they lost Tyreek, they'll be fine because Andy Reid figures it out one way or another, and it doesn't matter who the quarterback is, it doesn't matter who the receivers are. His offenses are always one of the top offenses in the league, even if it's freaking Alex Smith quarterbacking for him. He'll figure out, he'll give his player the opportunity to go out there and be successful. And dude, Mahomes is just killing it. And look, the best part about the Kelce thing is, you know, he's getting the ball and you still can't stop it. And that tells you all you need to know about Mahomes and Kelce, that you can double, you can do whatever you want, you can bracket, you can do whatever, but he's still getting the ball and you're still not stopping.
I mean, I'm a lover of NFL history, so I don't say this like Kelsey's the best tight end I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I know you could say, Gronk or Gonzalez or Winslow or, whoever, Newsom, Ditka. And I think Gronk, to be fair, is the more well-rounded player. He's
Yeah, that's what I was going to tell you. He throws defensive ends to the ground.
Yes.
In his I've never even seen that. I have to go back to Mark Bavaro.
Right. I mean, he was the more well-rounded player, because Kelsey's a decent blocker, but Gronk's like having an offensive lineman.
Right. Gronk and Kittle are more complete in that sense.
Yes, no doubt. But in terms of a guy who, from a receiving standpoint, can just dominate a game, like you just said, I mean, teams game plan every week to stop him, and none of it matters. None of it. Right. I mean, that touchdown he scored to win the game, Derwin James was on him one-on-one. Didn't matter. Just torched him. Just absolutely torched him, beat him, touchdown. Yeah, I think he's only he's like 40 or 50 yards away or something from 10,000 yards. He's 150 yards away from having a 7th straight 1,000-yard season. I mean, nobody else at tight end has ever had 4 consecutive. He's going to have 7. So he's in quite a class. And listen, the combination of he and Mahomes right now, it's probably the best combination in the NFL in terms of longevity and how great it's been over the years. I mean, there are guys certainly, that are having incredible years, whether it be Tua and Tyreek or it's Kirk and Jefferson. But in terms of just year after year after year after year, I mean, Mahomes and Kelce have been at the top for a long time.
No, I'm with you there. Give me your top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. You talked about 3 for the MVP. So who are your top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL?
I mean, right now it would be Mahomes, it would be Tua, it would be Hurts, be Allen, and it'd probably be Burrow. I mean, I think those 5. I'm trying to think of, like, blatantly forgetting somebody.
Yeah, you are. He's having a better year than those 2 guys, and I would never say this in any other year. Yeah, bro.
I think he's 6. I think he's 6 in my rankings.
Yeah, dude, he's like 70%.
He's been incredible. He's been incredible.
Like, his touchdowns to interceptions are, I think it's like 5-1 or something stupid.
Yep.
Like, the kind of shit that we would never, ever expect from Geno Smith, bro.
I know.
That's why I was wondering so he's got to be, right? You got to adjust there, right? He's in your top 5, right?
I think on my quarterback rankings, which went up today, I think he's 6th. I think I have him 6th behind those guys.
He's playing better than Josh Allen. I know he's not better than Josh Allen. I get all of that.
Right. I know what you mean. Like, statistically, yeah, he probably is. But I mean, I think Allen for me has got to be in there. But yeah, I mean, it's like, I think those 5 guys, and then Smith, and I think I have, like, after that, it's like, then you get into the whole, like, is it Dak? Is it Herbert? 7th, 8th, 9th, whatever. But yeah, I mean, right now, even Brady is statistically, he's having a really good year, which is impossible. I don't know how the hell he's doing it, but he's doing it. Burrow, I think, is quietly having a better year than people realize. He had that game week 1 where he threw 4 picks. And since then, he's been unbelievable. He has been lights out since week 1. And he's going to have to be, because their schedule is brutal the rest of the way.
Yeah. Yeah. And Mixon's not running with the same kind of success he had last year also.
No.
So that's which again makes a case more for Burrow, that he doesn't have the same kind of running game that he had last year. And he's a hell of a player, bro. Burrow's a freaking
He's a great
Freaking
player.
stuff.
Great
All right,
player.
tell him about Stacking the Box, my brother.
So check out Stacking the Box. Normally my voice doesn't sound like this. You should check it out and listen. Yeah, it's every Tuesday at noon Eastern. It streams live on YouTube. And then also you can read the column every Monday. I have my power rankings on Tuesday, quarterback rankings Wednesday. I'm actually going to tweet them out here in a second. So go ahead and check all that stuff out. I'd really appreciate it.
And follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam. Matt, as always, you're a stud. I hope you feel better, my brother. Happy Thanksgiving, man.
You too.
Enjoy the tryptophan.
Yeah, plenty of it. Thanks a lot. Take care.
You got it, buddy. Be good. There you go. Matt Verderam. And don't forget redrecover.com. I don't want you living with pain and discomfort. A lot of us are doing it, and then you might be taking drugs for it. And, oh, come on, man, that's not good for you either. How about something that's just natural with no side effects? Red light therapy. So if you're dealing with that shoulder discomfort, that elbow pain, maybe it's a tennis elbow, you name it. Maybe you've got a knee injury, ankle. Maybe it's an old injury, an old operation, and you get some soreness from it. Red light therapy is amazing. The wraps are very affordable at redrecover.com. Go to the website, use our code Big O, get 10% off. And let me tell you, 15 minutes a day is going to make such a difference in your life. If you're trying to grow your hair, we've got the hats. If you want to take care of your dogs as they get older, they deal with hip issues, you can actually put on the pads every day for 15 minutes to help them also along the way so they can alleviate some of the pain and discomfort. Maybe you just had an operation and you got a scar and you're going, oh my God, that scar is going to be there forever. Red light therapy can help make that scar disappear. We've got before and after pictures on the website at redrecover.com. You got to check it out, folks. Check out the video blogs, the regular blogs. Find out more about it. Use our code Big O. Go to redrecover.com. Alleviate that pain, that discomfort. And let me tell you, if you're a workout warrior, whatever it is, pickleball, tennis, walking, running, weights, basketball, whatever it is you do, and you've got some pain and discomfort in certain joints, man, use it before and after your workouts, and it will optimize your workouts. It gets the blood flow going, could maybe help you also to avoid some injuries or any kind of, wear and tear. Go to redrecover.com. Check it out for yourself and use our code Big O to get 10% off.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. Frank, thank you for the love on the Cash App, my man. He says, Big O watching. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Frankie. Appreciate you. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show on Cash App or Venmo. And on Cash App, you can actually make a Bitcoin donation. Nothing better than that. I love me some Bitcoin donations. Harold Wiley, thank you, sir, for the love on Venmo. Very nice of you. Let me see if you actually put something here. You got a message for me. Where is it? Here we go. Big O, when you have Verderam on, I'm sorry. Ask him to retell his take on soccer and the 5-minute rule. He said it the other day on his show and had me laughing so hard I almost peed in my pants. Well, you know what? We'll do it next week. I'll ask him about it. Okay? I'll ask him since, World Cup will still be on. I don't know if the USA will still be alive. We'll find out what happens on Friday against England. That is not, that one is not good. So the kid got benched. Frank Sharp, thank you for the love on the Super Chat. Big O watching for months. Great show. Keep up the good work. Awesome. Been a Dolphin fan for over 40 years. Really excited this year. Go Fins. Me too. I'm excited as hell. I'm with you, man. I hope we get to use that house in Phoenix for the week to cover the Miami Dolphins in the Super Bowl. That would be about the coolest thing in the world to be able to do. Okay? That would be a moment that I've been waiting for decades, like a lot of you out there. Okay? I've said it, man, before I check out from this earth, I'd like one more trip and win the Super Bowl. Okay? Not just a trip, not just get there. Okay? I want the Dolphins to get there, and I want them to win it. If they can do that for me, that would be phenomenal for us. Okay? But, at least when I check, listen, I get it. I would love to have a Patriot dynasty-like run and win 6 titles and all that stuff. But I don't think we'll ever see that again by any team. And, yeah, I would love that for the Miami Dolphins. I would love for them to win 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 titles. But I just want one. That's all. Just one. I'm not greedy. I just would love to see the Miami Dolphins be the best team in the NFL just once. Okay? A little James Ingram. Just once. Can we find a way to finally make it right? Right? You know what I'm saying? So that's it. Just once. That's all I want. I don't want a lot. Just once. That's it. True Fin Fan says Miami will beat the Niners and the Chargers and be entering the Buffalo game at 10-3. I give us a 60-40 chance of beating the Bills. Either way, Miami will be 13-4 and the 1 or 2 seed AFC Championship. I love it. Good morning, Big O and Sean. And Fin Fan, says King Short. We want the chip. Damn right we want the chip. Just once. I just want the chip. Just once, bro. That's all. That's all. Got my tickets for December 4th against the Niners. Shaping up to be one hell of a matchup. Yep. And by the way, again, if you are going out to the Niners game, if you plan on flying out to the Niners game, we have a Fan Zone Meet the Legends, and you can see it there. It's at Mission Peak Sportsplex, 4020 Technology Place in Fremont, California. You're going to have legends Mark Clayton, Mark Super Duper, John Taylor, and Eric Wright. This is being held by the Dolphins and Niners fan clubs. And you can find out more about this. There's the link right there. So check it out. We have the link, by the way, on our YouTube page there where it says community, right? I think, Sean, if I'm correct, you could get the link to this whole thing here so you can go to it. Okay. And by the way, folks, please smash the hell out of the like button while you're watching. It would be nice. Okay. We got 123 likes, but we have 350 practically watching. So let's kick some ass and hit all of that there. Big O, been a long time since we rock and roll. Yes, sir. Hopefully we will very soon. Hopefully we will. Big O got a name for the new Dolphins bar in Egypt. King Tut's Hut, Hut, Hut. There we go. There we go. Still got it. But by the way, for our friends in London, you guys got to hook us up with, the Dolphin bars in London. Okay. That's one that we gotta go out there for. See, we got the UK Nation out there. I don't know. It's here. Fins Nation UK. They got to they've got to hook us up and get us out there to do some shows. What are they, 5 hours behind us? Right? So right now, or are they 5 hours ahead of us? No, they're 5 hours. No, yeah, they're 5 hours ahead of us, actually. Right? Isn't it like that? So it would be, what is it, like 4:38 over there, since it's 11:38 here? Somebody watching in London? Oh, there you go. Lenny does say 5 hours ahead. You're right. So they're 5 hours ahead. So it would be an afternoon. Wow, Sean. That would be really cool. We get to sleep in, yet we're doing it early. I kind of like that. That's actually really cool, Sean. So if we do a 1 o'clock show, we're really doing a 9 a.m. show. No, an 8 a.m. show. So we get to start the show at 3 p.m. out there. Not bad, and it's 10 a.m. I like it. Big O, when you expend all of your energy scoring in the milfing game like Zach Wilson, you can't score and produce on the football field. Well, I mean, Joe Namath played the game pretty well, scoring on and off the field. Jazz Granger says, yeah, Big O, we're at Fins Nation UK. We massively look after you. There you go. Well, set us up, bro. Set us up. Set us up with the London bar. Let's go. Theme park point of view says, Big O, are you coming out to the Bay Area for the Niners game? No, unfortunately, I cannot. We've got another Dolphin event here that we've got to cover, the Larry Little Legends event. So we do that every year. It's the same weekend. So unfortunately, we can't go out there. We'll be here. By the way, we'll be here with an awesome event, a ton of Dolphins, former Dolphins. I'm hoping that they bring some current. Well, they can't, actually. They'll be on the road. Unless, you know what? Byron Jones ain't doing anything. He should come on over to the Legends dinner. Okay. Jonathan says, Big O, you should really do a segment where fans call in. Yeah, but the problem is we don't have phones, bro. We don't do the phone thing anymore. You know what I mean? And it's really tough. New name for bar in England, Big Ben's Dolphin Den. Big O, show from a pub would be cool. Well, we got to do it. We got to go. We got to do it from an English pub that's a Dolphin bar, for sure. Theme Park says, I'm going to the Fan Zone meetup in Fremont, California. Never would have known that thing without watching your show. Well, there you go. That's the idea, man. That's the idea. This is the platform where we want to promote anything and everything Dolphins for Dolphins, any Dolphin events. You send me the information, I will promote it. Okay? Doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're doing something that's Dolphins related, I will promote your event. All right? John Rouse is in the house. He says, since Ross got suspended, any chance we get another Super Bowl, would Ross be willing to send the Dolphins to London in exchange for a Super Bowl? I know that would be, that was the word in the past. I don't know. I don't know if the owners have Stephen Ross on double secret probation and they're like, yeah, you know, you're an idiot. We don't, well, you're going to have to wait. I don't know. I have no idea. No idea if it actually hurt us, that whole thing, to be quite honest. I've been telling you about Cutter's Edge now for a couple of months. And folks, let me tell you something. If you want to take your home to the next level and you have not redesigned your yard yet, and maybe you haven't done anything with it, like our house, we weren't doing anything with our yard and it was looking really, really bad in our backyard and all that. And folks, now it is a completely different scenario. You know, hopefully on Thursday there is no rain and we can just, you know, open the back door. The dogs can run outside, hang out. We can go out there and, you know, maybe hit on the putting green. You know, we've got an artificial turf now for the dogs so they can do their business. Saves you thousands in the long run because over the years, you're not going to be watering the lawn. You're not going to be cutting the lawn. So you're going to be saving a lot of money, you know, in the long run. Very easy to maintain. Also put a putting green there so I can work on the short game, you know, that kind of stuff. I'm telling you, man, check it out. If you have dogs, artificial turf is the best. Not only is it easy to maintain, it's also super clean. because the dogs don't bring any dirt into the house. And they put this little special white sand inside that cuts the heat in half. So the grass is always cool for your dogs. So they can hang out, roll all over, tackle each other like our dogs do and that kind of stuff. I'm telling you, check it out. And when you talk about landscaping, it increases the value of your home. That's what we did ultimately by improving our front and backyards. We already increased the value of our home. The artificial turf obviously took it to another level because anybody would love that. Not that we're selling, by the way. I have no plans on going anywhere for many, many years. But my point is, it's going to increase the value of your home. And you're going to find yourself that once you do these kind of things, you'll start using your backyard a lot more. So now I can go back out there and use the barbecue, play with the dogs, play the what's that cornhole? We've got a cornhole game going on. All that kind of stuff. It's fun to use your backyard to hang out, man. And listen, in today's world, right now our prayers with our friends in Chesapeake, Virginia. We just had a shooting at a Walmart. And listen, the streets, they're not getting any better. And what's actually the smarter thing to do nowadays is to create your home into an oasis that you can hang out more. And what better way than improving, the existence of the outside of your home and giving that ambiance and putting in trees and putting in shade and all that kind of stuff to cool things down so you can hang out there. We got a big, beautiful palm tree in the backyard and in the front yard, and it just changes the look of the home. Plus that big, beautiful palm tree, it's got these long ass leaves or branches that are like 12, 15 feet wide. So it's like 30-foot wide, the damn tree, and it just brings so much shade to the backyard and it cools it all down. And listen, man, whether you want to put in, arcade games or a pool table or a ping pong table, but improve your backyard so the kids can play, the dogs can play, you can hang out, you can cook, and you can have a more safe environment. It's kind of what you're doing with your home now, right? Improving your sound system, improving your TVs, all that kind of stuff. Why? Maybe you're making a new bar, those kind of things. By the way, call EJD Construction for that kind of stuff. But, that's kind of what we're doing. A lot of people that I know, they're putting more money into their homes because they want to hang out more at home because the streets aren't necessarily as safe. So call the folks at cuttersedgepro.com. There's the number, 954-472-0622. Anywhere in South Florida, Dade, Broward, Palm Beach counties. Call, ask for Will or Mike. Tell them that Big O sent you. I promise you they will take care of you. And go to their Instagram page. Check it out. Cutter's Edge Pro. The work is second to none. Dan B, thank you for the love on the super chat. Big O and Sean, have a happy Thanksgiving. Best show as always. Fins to the Super Bowl and Tua MVP. He's got a shot. We need Mahomes to slow down because he's working on locking down that MVP, bro. He's playing at a absolutely crazy ass level, man. I got to give him a ton of props. He has played really, really well overall. Let's see. Barry Jackson says 3 Dolphin coaches have been tight-lipped this week about whether Austin Jackson will return to the lineup or where. McDaniel, as long as no setbacks, you are going to see some of his best play soon. He's in a good spot. Shell at right tackle, Rob Jones at left guard have played well. I don't think I like what Barry put out there and, stir it up a little bit. And I think the coach doesn't want to give you any kind of skinny on it, but I don't think Austin Jackson returns to the starting lineup. I don't think you ruin what you've got going on right now. So until Shell or Robert Jones has a setback, I would not play Austin Jackson yet. And be on the lookout. I mentioned it, I think on Monday. Be on the lookout for a 6th lineman now. And what I mean by that is they're going to want to run the ball at times, right? And they're going to do this at times where I think they'll bring in Austin Jackson and be an extra tackle out there, park him right next to, Shell. And then all of a sudden on short yardage situations, you've got, here's what you do. You have, what's it called? Wilkins as the fullback, and you've got Wilson or damn it, I'm brain farting now with the fullback. What's his name? Ian. It's Ian, right? Is it Ian? Why am I brain farting? What's the damn name of the fullback now? Anyway, so Ingold.
Ingold?
Yes, Ingold. So you could have Wilkins blocking for Ingold. Or Wilkins blocking for Wilson behind 6 linemen. That kind of shit. I think you could see something like that. But I don't think you'll see Austin Jackson be inserted right away. I don't think that makes any sense. They do what they want. They're a lot smarter than I am. Big O, serious question from George. He says, how well does the turf filter the urination from the dogs if they were to have an accident on it, any smells or anything like that? Okay, first of all, okay, you can water it, okay, and it does drain with no problem. And every 2 weeks, you treat the lawn. There's this little liquid that you add, and you spray the lawn, and you treat the lawn so it doesn't develop any kind of bacteria or anything like that. It's really easy to manage, dude. Okay? And normally, I don't know about you, but like when in our backyard, when dogs would do poop, we have, several dogs. We pick it up and throw it away. We have a little scooper and we throw it away. Why? Because the dogs are running all over the place, all right? And they tackle each other and all that. You know how dogs are. You can't leave the turds lying around. If you have one dog, it's not a problem. But if you have 4 dogs like we do, it's a problem. So we pick it up and we put it away, and it's really easy to maintain. So yes. And it drains really well. They do an awesome job. I'm telling you, you're going to love it. And no smell. As long as you maintain it, no smell whatsoever. Okay? But remember, treat it every 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You gotta treat it. That way, you can kill any of the bacteria. But it's not a big deal. It's actually super easy to maintain. I love it. It has made my life really easy, and my wife. Look, I'm not the one that mops the floors or sweeps up all that. But brother, every time you let the dogs out and they come back in, they're bringing in mud and dirt and, tearing up grass. That's the other thing. The artificial turf, you know how dogs go to the bathroom and then they kick up? Your dogs won't kick up stuff anymore because of the artificial turf. It feels different for them. They won't do it. It's pretty cool. Mohammed says, yes, I am high, but I know what the F I'm talking about. O is arrogant F. Since the Dolphins been winning, I'm actually rooting for Tua to get smashed again because of him. There we go. That's right. He's right about that. I'm arrogant since the Dolphins been winning. You goddamn right I'm arrogant. There you go. Obviously, Mohammed, you're not a Dolphins fan. Let's see. You hit the nail on the head with Jackson. Short yardage, power formation. That's what I would do with him, at least. Create a team will not create fans. We have our team, not a new one. Mohammed didn't know the Muppet Show had restarted. Oh, always been on the Tua team like me. Oh, why? He didn't think I was on. Oh, then no, wait a minute. Is this so this Mohammed guy is new? I like how Big Hope pretends like he's the god of Dolphins football until Tua gets smashed again. Oh, I see. So Mohammed is just a loser troll. I see. Okay, Mohammed. Well, you can wait and watch from now on. You won't be able to comment, but you can watch for now, Muhammad. Because my arrogant self says, get the F out of here. I have to say, Big O, back a few years ago when you were on Dougie's channel saying Flores wasn't the answer and Tua was the guy. Yep. You were also saying something wasn't right in the locker room and there was a lot going on behind the scenes. You were right about it. Pretty impressive to say the least. You know, we guess about a lot of things that go on in the Dolphins facility. We're good at guessing. A lot of guessing. What do you think? What do you know? Let's see. Dolphins top 10 in offense since 95, Shula's last year. I know. It is amazing how that is. The Dolphins haven't had an offense like, well, I've been telling you this is like the Marino years. It's exactly what it is. So I've been telling you for several weeks now that this is exactly the feeling that we had as Marino fans. Same kind of offense. Pro Football Hall of Fame names its semifinalists. 28 of them, by the way. I'm not going to go through all the names, but Reggie Wayne is there. Anquan Bolden is there. Andre Johnson is there. And Zach Thomas. Now, I want to say this. It's nice that Zach Thomas is a semifinalist, but that's not enough. And I'm tired of Zach Thomas getting screwed. You know, I've always been concerned about Zach not getting in because of the short stuff and because, you know, he also was in an era where there were a lot of great linebackers too. Because whether it's Brooks or Ray Lewis or what's it called, Junior Seau, and his era was so loaded with guys, Urlacher, just a ton of guys. And so I get that he also played in an era where there were a lot of great linebackers, but it doesn't take anything away. His stats are as good or better than some, including Urlacher. And I think everybody knows that. Everybody says the same damn line, and they use Urlacher as a measuring stick. If he's in, Urlacher even said himself how Zach Thomas is not in. And it's, again, the Dolphins accomplished jack shit while he was there. And that was the issue. They went to the playoffs a few times, but they didn't do anything in the playoffs. But it wasn't his fault. It's a lot like, you know, when we talk about Tua over the first 2 years, then I have to defend his ass because it wasn't his fault. It's all the clowns around him that don't know what the hell they're doing. And for Zach or Jason Taylor or Sam Madison or Pat Surtain, I don't blame them. Sam Madison won a title with the Giants because he was on a better team. Sam, unfortunately, was not on a better team here in Miami because his offenses were notoriously mediocre. And it sucks. But Zach Thomas should not be, just like I defended Tua for 2 years and said, this guy's going to be a star if you put the right people around him. The problem is you've got, you know, a clown coach that can't even build an offense. So how's he going to be successful? I can't blame Zach Thomas that his offenses sucked and that he did his job week in and week out. We knew that defense, if they allowed 20 points, which is not the end of the world, the game was over practically because the offense would struggle to get 21. We kind of knew that the defense had to go out there and limit the team to 7, 10, 12, 14 points, 16 points to just give your offense a chance to win week in and week out. Can't win like that. And that, to me, that's what hurts Zach more than anything else. Hell, Urlacher made it to the Super Bowl with Sexy Rex Grossman. They lost to Manning, but they still made it there. Derek Brooks won a title. You look at all the other guys, they had more success. But again, I don't blame Zach because he can't play offense. So it's nice that he's a semifinalist, but I got to tell you, it's not enough. I need to see the man get his due. I don't have a problem Anquan Boldin getting in, or Reggie Wayne, or Andre Johnson, or a slew of other players that are in that list that are well-deserved of getting that honor. But Zach Thomas deserves to be amongst the greatest. And all you had to do was watch his career and watch him week in and week out, and you would appreciate the hell out of Zach Thomas. So that's my 2 cents. True Fin fan. Manning says Zach was the best he ever faced. Yeah, it was like a mind game between those two. So I'm with you. Thank you, True Fin fan. Appreciate you as always. 855-912-1056, by the way, if you want to get in on the Welton Rayom text line, that's 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. Brett goes, maybe you do guess it at times, but your experience and instincts are usually pretty damn accurate. So well done. Good, sir. Thank you. Thank you. It's ironic how individual awards are influenced by team accomplishments, and team accomplishments are because of individual abilities. Yeah, you are correct. All right, let's get ready for hour number 3. Omar Kelly is ready to go. I love it, man. We're gonna talk a little Miami Dolphins football. And Omar Kelly is ready right here to start off hour number 3 on the Big O Radio Show.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time to talk aqua and orange, Miami Dolphins fans. It's the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking to move your home or business anywhere in the U.S. from coast to coast, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Let's talk Dolphins football. Here's Omar Kelly.
All right, we are ready to go, baby. The Miami Dolphins Exchange right there with Omar Kelly, Essential Moving Experts. Make sure you call them. Tell them that Big O sent you. You'll get $150 off. If your move is over $3,000, you can get $250 off. And call them there, 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. Sean Williams and company will get it done. Omar, are you disappointed? Your boy Zach the MILF Wilson got benched.
He's not my boy. Am I disappointed that he got benched? No, not really. It is, I'm surprised because they usually don't do those things to first-round quarterbacks. They usually let them buy their time and figure it out. And maybe this is a lesson that he needs to have and experience.
I kind of get the feeling that after he screwed up in that press conference, that I don't think he made up the way he was supposed to, Omar. I think something behind the scenes showed even more lack of maturity. And Saleh said, I can't do this. I'll lose the locker room. I can't do this. I gotta, this kid is not, because clearly you could tell that he just looks like a spoiled brat that's gotten his way the entire time. And now, things aren't going his way. So it kind of reminds me of that. I think that lack of maturity has really hurt him.
That performance in that press conference wasn't the first straw. Let's just put it that way.
Amen.
Reminds me of, and I hate to bring this up because this is, back in the Ryan Tannehill era, the defense hated Tannehill. They weren't huge fans of him because they felt like he wasn't clutch, wasn't going to win, wasn't going to take them to the playoffs. And,
everything I've always said. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
It wasn't all right, but they, I don't know many defenses that have ever liked a quarterback who wasn't elite. But I remember there was a practice squad scuffle between Tannehill and it was a pass rusher.
Yes, I remember.
And Tannehill. And they were sacking him, they were intercepting his balls, and then they started like gloating and celebrating or something like that. And Tannehill was like, "Yeah, have your practice squad trophy," teasing the guys that they were on the practice squad. What was that pass rusher's name? He was a ridiculous. Yeah. He was a freakish athlete who was kind of a head case. And the Dolphins traded him because I forget what his name was. He's an MMA fighter now. But Tannehill, and then it became a big thing because the defense was like, yo, you're disrespectful and you're not an elite player. You can't talk to us like that. And Tannehill was like, oh, well, I'm the quarterback of this team, blah, blah, blah. And Tannehill is not Zach Wilson, not not Zach Wilson. But it kind of divided the team, set the wrong tone, set the wrong message. And then the Dolphins went into PR mode, trying to gloss over it and make it. But I think that was, remember the Minnesota game with Adam Gase. Tannehill performed poorly, and the defense quit on the coach because the coach made excuses for Tannehill.
Right.
That game that they quit on Adam Gase, and they're like, "Yeah, nah, we're not gonna do it with this guy. We're not gonna win with this guy. We gotta cut our losses."
Yeah, if you're going to be a non-franchise player at quarterback, you're so right about the respect thing if you're not a stud. But if you're going to be that guy, then you need to be Jay Fiedler, you need to be Chad Pennington, you need to, you need to ingratiate yourself to your teammates and sell out to them. And then they understand that you're doing your best. They know you're not a franchise guy, but they respect that you are who you are. You know what I'm saying? You're not trying to be something that you're not and acting like the franchise guy when you know you're not the franchise guy. Matt Moore was another one of those guys that won his teammates over because he played hard and all that kind of stuff. We've had some of those guys over the years that you knew weren't the franchise guy, but at least they respected the game and their teammates, and their teammates met them halfway at least.
It's a very sensitive thing when you're not that elite player and other elements of your team is performing, you're not holding up your end, and you have to be accountable to them. And Zach Wilson wasn't accountable to them. Which is why he apparently lost his starting spot. I think it's temporary because he's a first-round pick. They're going to get 16 opportunities. Not 16, maybe 8.
Yeah, but this is a hell of a blow for him right now.
It's sometimes you need those ego checks.
Yeah. No, I agree.
One of my co-hosts on I Am Athlete, Leger Douzable, he used to be a Jets analyst, and he's still loves the Jets, very affiliated with the Jets. And
we lost him. There we go.
He says there is this entitlement thing that comes with him, primarily because he's got that JetBlue. What do we say? Inheritance.
Right.
And that's along the lines of a lot of quarterbacks where, like Josh Rosen, where they're entitled to things. They, the carpet's rolled out for them. They've never really had to work hard for anything. They've never had to be accountable.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, let's move on. They have named the 28 semifinalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Will he get in this time, Omar?
Nope.
Why will Zach Thomas not get in for an honor he deserves? Because I know you say he deserves it.
Oh, absolutely. No question he deserves it. This class is too stacked. He's going to get a Tony Boselli let in eventually. When, I correlate it to the line at the club. After you've been standing in line at the club, not for the it guys like you, Big O, you just walk up to the front of the line and, they let you in. Or the hot girls that, just are wearing two pieces of string and the club promoter's like, yeah, they got to be in.
They're with me.
They're with me. Yeah. See, you know how to do the finger. See, do it again so people see.
They're with me.
Exactly. So for those people who have to stand in line, and I got to acknowledge that I don't always have to stand in line. Sometimes you got to stand in line for 45 minutes and they'll tell you capacity, this, and then you'll see people walk up to the front of the line and just immediately get in. Zach's going to have to wait for 45 minutes, maybe an hour. He'll eventually get in. But right now, there's a lot of people at the line who are just walking up at the line. And last year was the people who've been waiting for 2 hours. They let them in. And last year was a trash ass class. Trash. But the people who have been waiting for 2 years got to go in. And so Zach's like, well, I've been waiting 30 minutes. This year is 45 minutes. Zach might get in after he's waited 90 minutes. But this class is too talented with a lot of first-time entrants and a lot of guys who they said he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he's a Hall of Famer like DeMarcus Ware, so we're going to let him in. So that's 6 right there. That it's a stacked class. They're gonna let one receiver in. You know they're gonna let one in. It's stacked up with 5 or 6 guys who deserve it and are worthy. Who will it be? Will it finally be Reggie Wayne's year? Would it finally be Terry Holt's year? You know,
Andre Johnson.
Andre Johnson. I don't know if I like Andre Johnson from this standpoint. I'm a ring counter. You know that. So
yeah. It's not his fault. He had shitty quarterbacks his whole career.
I don't want to hear the excuses.
That's not an excuse. Those are that's reality, bro.
If we let Andre Johnson,
he doesn't trade for Matt Schaub and
bro. Listen, if we let Andre Johnson in, we gotta let a
but
whole different category of receivers in. And I just don't think that's no.
Irving Fryer did not have a quarterback in New England. And then he goes to Miami and he lights it up with Marino. And
is
then
Irving in the Hall of Fame?
No.
Is Irving in the Hall of Fame?
No, he's not.
Yeah, okay.
That's not what I'm saying.
No. Andre Johnson, I'm sorry. Andre Johnson is not worthy of Hall of Fame.
Irving Fryer is a Hall of Fame talent.
Okay.
But his career was ruined because he was playing with Mark Wilson at quarterback with the Patriots.
Not my problem.
It's not his fault. And he would be productive just like Andre was with many quarterbacks.
Not my problem.
Sometimes you cannot hold it against a great player and a great talent because they were put in a terrible situation. And with Andre Johnson, the poor man just didn't have good quarterbacks, yet he still put up great stats.
He could have worked harder to get to another team with a better quarterback. I'm sorry. It doesn't pass the sniff test.
You know Andre Johnson. You covered Andre Johnson.
I know. I love Andre Johnson.
My wife, he was a student, all right, in one of my wife's math classes at Miami High, okay? Andre Johnson is not he's unlike most receivers. He wasn't a diva. Like 95% of wide receivers are divas. He's in that 5 percentile, and you know it.
Yeah,
that
15% are not divas.
Fingers or
15% are not divas.
It's that high? You think it's that high? Okay, 15.
Yeah,
15%. Whatever. But Andre, as you know, is one of those guys.
That's great.
That's just going to be an ultimate team player.
Great human being. But I'm putting Reggie Wayne and I'm putting Anquan Bolden in ahead of him. And you know why? Because they both have rings. Because they both have rings. Because they both have rings.
That's Peyton Manning, bro. Come on. That's not fair, man.
Because they both have rings, sir. And I'm a big Steve Smith fan. I'm sorry. I'm all about all about Steve Smith was, to me, a generational player because he inspired an entire generation, just like Zach Thomas. Zach Thomas, every 5'10" complexion challenged linebacker looked at Zach Thomas and said, I could beat him. But
he won nothing. He won nothing either.
Yeah, I know. He'd be in already if he had a ring.
Okay, but that doesn't mean he's not a Hall of Fame player.
I didn't say that. I just said you have to wait in line. And Andre might have to wait in line for a couple of years, but he doesn't go in before Terry Holt. He doesn't go in before Reggie Wayne. He doesn't go in before Anquan Bolden for me.
Yeah.
But as you know, my main number one criteria when we're talking about Hall of Fame, which is the highest level of accomplishment for sports, is did you win a ring? That immediately puts you, for me, that immediately puts you to the front of the line. Because you won at the highest level in your sport at least once. And I know it's a team game, but I'm sorry. Isn't this what it's all about?
Walter Payton was a first ballot Hall of Famer. And most of his career, he played with Bob Avellini and Mike Evans at quarterback. And then at the end of his career, Tobin, Ditka came in and they finally put a team around him and they won a title. And he was already old at that point. He was at the end of his career at that point. But if that didn't happen, in my eyes, Walter Payton was still, if not the greatest running back I've ever seen, number 2 or number 3 overall, and he didn't need that championship.
Okay, neither did Barry. He got a championship.
Barry
Sanders didn't need it.
Barry has no championship, and he's a first ballot in my eyes.
I didn't say you don't get in without a championship. You got to be a generational player if you have a championship, and I'm good with that. But
Jason Taylor didn't win anything either, and
Andre wasn't a generational talent. Calvin Johnson was. So Andre was a notch below him. If we put Andre in, you're going to open up a whole Pandora's box of other guys you got to put in.
I got to tell you something. I don't know a lot of players in the history of the game that are more talented than Andre Johnson. That size and
I
that
don't disagree with you.
Oh my God.
I don't disagree with you. I disagree with you.
The
numbers are there. Body of work is there. Pro Bowls are there. All pros are there. No championships. And you know, how many years did he play? 10, 11?
Who? Andre?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think more than that. I think he got to like 12 or 13. I'd have to look it up. But I want to say it's around 12 or 13 that he ended up playing. But he had such a phenomenal career, man.
Yeah, right, you're looking at it from a homer's perspective, bro. I respect that because I covered Andre Johnson. You know what my favorite Andre Johnson story is? There was my favorite Andre Johnson story was the pro day of that year that he came out in the draft. I can't remember what that year was, 2003, because I'm looking up his stuff right now. And he was hurt, so he couldn't participate in the pro day like the other UM players.
Well, 12-year career, by the way.
So he shows up to the pro. He has his own pro day. And, you know, when you're a top, what pick was he? Top 5 pick? You know, you get your own pro day. And so everybody in the league is there for his pro day. And so was Terrell Owens. And so Terrell Owens is working out there, and everybody's in the league. Everybody in the league is there. Belichick's there. Tomlin's there. So no, I don't think Tomlin was a coach at that point. So Tomlin was not a coach at that point. That was 2003. And so Terrell Owens has his so everybody's like amazed because Terrell Owens was working out there. And so Andre Johnson comes out. Everybody's looking for Terrell Owens. But Andre Johnson comes out and he's got his back to people, but he's built like Terrell Owens. And everybody's like looking at him like, oh, that's Terrell Owens. That's Terrell Owens. Let's go up to Terrell Owens. And then they turn around and they see that it's Andre Johnson. And then you see them side by side. And then you realize Andre had a better, bigger physique than Terrell Owens, who at that time was the beast of the NFL. And I do believe that guy helped him get picked 3rd overall in that draft.
He to me, that guy was one of the greatest talents I have ever seen.
7-time Pro Bowler. 7-time Pro Bowler. But you know what it is? Only 2-time first team All-Pro.
What's that?
He was only an All-Pro 2 times.
Yeah, again, not his fault.
Calvin Johnson was.
No, and he didn't have a quarterback to get him the touchdowns because that's where he doesn't have the touchdown numbers that you would expect from an elite wide receiver because he wasn't ever in an elite offense with a franchise quarterback. So his touchdown
he's in this identical offense. He's in the Dolphins' identical offense, bro. And he's just a different type of weapon.
Yeah, no, but he doesn't have Tua. If he has Tua, then he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Like, he would be scoring like a mofo if he, was with Tua. That's
70 touchdowns, 3 1,500-yard seasons.
Right. Exactly.
It's a Hall of Fame resume. It is a Hall of Famer's resume. I'm not putting him in ahead of Reggie Wayne. And I'm looking up Reggie Wayne's stats right now.
No. Well, Reggie obviously had better stats.
And Reggie waited. Reggie stood in line and waited for quite a while.
But Reggie had the better offense. So obviously he played with a franchise quarterback, dude. I mean, Reggie had a much bigger advantage.
82 touchdowns to 70.
Yeah. Remember, he also played opposite of Marvin Harrison, so
They
he had to share.
They literally have identical receptions and yards. It's like,
yeah,
it's eight receptions off, and Andre Johnson has like 200 more yards, but Reggie's got 12 more touchdowns. And yes, he played with a superior quarterback.
And he played also opposite of another Hall of Fame wide
But
receiver.
think about that. Hold on, no. Think about
You got
that.
a Hall of Fame running back in Edge. You got a Hall of Fame wide receiver in Harrison, and you got a Hall of Fame quarterback. By the way, I could argue he's not Hall of Fame, but dude, he was a Pro Bowl caliber in Dallas Clark. So I mean, that was a nasty ass offense, dude.
It was
nasty.
It was.
Okay, and then Andre Johnson never played with anything like that. If he did, he would have already been in the Hall of Fame. Actually, that's actually would have ended up happening. He wouldn't be waiting in line. He would have been, going in with me. Hey, he's there with me. Let's go. Walk on in. All right. Mahomes right now is locking up the Pro Bowl. I mean the MVP. The MVP. Where
hold on, wait a minute.
Right now he's number one. I mean, who else?
Josh Allen was number one 3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
Things change.
They changed. He's thrown a lot of interceptions.
It ain't over. It ain't over. Tua can get the Dolphins to 13 wins. It ain't over.
Right now, Mahomes is by far.
I just want Tua to be in the conversation.
That's my. Could you let me finish the damn question? Right now, Mahomes has got this thing locked up. Okay,
no,
he's the number one. Yes, he's the number one by far. It's not even. If you ended it right now, Mahomes is your MVP. Okay,
front runner, not locked up.
Right. I get it. Just play with a game with me. Right now, he's the guy. He's the man right now.
Front runner, not locked up.
Okay, so the question is, what does Tua have to do from now to the end of the season to cut that gap? Because clearly Tua is there with the Philadelphia kid, with Derrick Henry, with Geno Smith.
Don't forget Lamar Jackson. I think he's going to be
Lamar Jackson, all these other guys that you want to kind of put in that second level behind Mahomes, because you're making cases for all of them. But Mahomes is number one right now. So what does Tua have to do to cut that gap in your eyes?
Lead his team to 13 victories. Lead his team to maybe an AFC
seed? Huh? The number one seed? The number one seed?
13 victories. I don't know if he is the number one seed, it's his. If you're the number one seed in the AFC East and Patrick Mahomes is not, it's yours. But this is something, the MVP and all that stuff, Tua is going to be a Pro Bowler this year. But the MVP and all that stuff, that's usually goes to a guy a year after he deserves it. You know that. And so
I get that. And you nailed it last week or the week before when you said it's going to be impossible for Tua to go from all the hate and all these people that are wrong, and then they've got to now vote for him for MVP from
that ain't happening.
Template of being MVP. That's one hell of an extreme. You know what I'm saying? My crazy ass can go there because I said last year he's a stud if you just put people around him. So he's just proving me right now. That's all.
Props. You have been unwavering, not a doubt about it. And listen, props to you. But here's Tua's problem. The 1 week, listen, hear me out. Here's Tua's problem. The 1 week his team takes a loss, they're gonna bring out that whip.
Oh yeah. They're all waiting.
They're
so wrong right now. They're all waiting.
They're going to bring out that whip, and the Dolphins and Tua are going to take every lash. And I
told you.
Yeah, and I'm anxiously anticipating it because you know what? It'll probably be the fuel that he needs in order to win the AFC East or get the team to 12 to 13 wins or make that. Like, I do believe that this is a Super Bowl contending team if the defense gets their act together, which you know how I've been on that for a month, if not longer. Like, that shit is not good enough. and you're going to hold this team back from maximizing their potential about where they can go and what they can be. So if the defense gets their act together, this is a Super Bowl contending team. I think Tua is going to use every slight that he can. I think he's one of those Tom Brady guys where
Michael Jordan.
He's fueled by that disrespect and that motivation. So keep the hate coming. Don't shower him with love. Shower him with criticism. Keep the hate coming. Don't give him praise. You saw in that 10-minute YouTube video, he ain't about that praise life. He's not about that speech life, even though I wish you would have gave him the speech. I really sincerely wish you would have given him.
He admitted it. He's not really a speech guy.
He's not comfortable. He's not comfortable in his own skin, and I don't understand.
I think he is, but in a personal basis, one-on-one. I don't think he's the guy to, address the whole team like that. That's not. I don't think that
your leaders need to do it.
It doesn't seem like his style.
Your leaders need to do it.
This leader doesn't need to do anything, bro. This leader,
yes, he does. If he wants to maximize it,
dude, he connects with everybody. You saw it in that 10-minute video. He connects with the defense coming off the field. He connects with all his offensive players.
He just got there. He just got there.
What did Teddy Bridgewater tell him in that 10-minute video?
Bridgewater's
you keep balling like that.
I love
that
because Bridgewater's encouraging him. Have fun. Show your personality. Don't be Mr. Bland guy.
He's doing that. He's doing it.
Just started doing it. Well,
he just got his team for 2 years. They had him under the heel of Brian Flores. The flower ain't gonna grow if you put a goddamn rock on top of it.
You know what's interesting
but now, if you take the rock off and you start watering it and sunlight comes in, holy shit, we've got flowers. Guess what? He gets to bloom now, dude.
I'm gonna tell you this. You know what's interesting about that whole Flores era and regime, and a lot of people who were there, including these defensive coaches, did not like Tua. Did not think he worked hard enough. Did not think he was smart enough. Did not think he was committed enough. Did not think he was talented.
They were in the same building with him, and they were that stupid?
Correct. I would literally have these conversations with people, and I'm like, how do you not see it? Like, how do you not get it? And they'd be like, yeah, he don't work hard enough. He's not smart enough. The arm is not good enough. He's not committed enough. This. And I'm like, bro, it's there. But anyway, to move the conversation forward, I'm curious to see what these defensive coaches think now and see now that they didn't see then. And what brought it out? Who brought it out? Because if it's Mike McDaniel, then that's a tremendous job. Or if it's just he didn't feel comfortable under the last batch of people who didn't.
It's everything. It's not just McDaniel. It's Tua. It's McDaniel. It's the environment. Everything completely changed. That's what it is, bro. I mean, that's just and we talked about this over and over again while it was going on and after it all. There's no way anybody can grow in that kind of environment.
So many people grew, not him. So many people grew, not him. But
don't give your child love. Don't give them attention. Don't give them encouragement. See how that works out.
Damn, you really did it like that? You really put that comparison out there? Damn.
It's exactly. Well, if you're a head coach, these are all your kids.
Yeah, but he gave a lot of the kids love, and he didn't give Tua love.
Not Tua.
Yeah, you're right.
Tua was the redheaded stepchild.
I hate when people say that because redheads need love too.
I get that, but it's kind of the same. We don't say, brown-haired Hispanic dude in the corner. No, we don't. We say redheaded stepchild. I don't know who came up with it. You know what I mean? I think redheaded people should actually, our strawberries out there, they should be enraged with all of this. But I'm sorry, that's the saying. What am I going to do? I didn't come up with the saying.
I hate when people say that. I used to date this redhead who was like strawberry brown.
Redheads are smoke shows, bro.
And they were so sensitive. They were so sensitive about all
smoke shows, man. I know plenty of redheaded women that are gorgeous, bro. It's hot. Redheaded woman, a good-looking redhead. Ooh, doggy, that is smoking. Because it's rare, because there aren't as many.
Yeah.
Those deals.
They just run from the sun.
That's it. But their beauty is amazing. But he was treated that way, and you can't grow like that. So I think it's all Tua, McDaniel, it's everybody. It's Chris Greer. It's everybody allowing the environment for. By the way, Mike McDaniel waters all his flowers. Okay.
Not Chase Edmonds.
No, seriously. Because he Tyreek comes and he allows Tyreek to be Tyreek. You know what I'm saying? And so he's allowing people to be themselves too in the process, not just
I don't think in the history of sports, and I'm trying to get a correlation to this, we've ever seen a coach like Mike McDaniel. I'm trying to find a correlation to it, but like this is a different odd.
I got one for you. Got one for you. It's just a different era and a different way of doing things. Jerry Glanville. You might be a little too young.
No.
Jerry Glanville. But Jerry Glanville.
You're talking about the Falcons, Jerry Glanville? Or
Exactly. That Falcons, Jerry Glanville, allowed his players to be themselves, show personality. Obviously, he was loaded with personality, leaving tickets for Elvis in every game. He was a trip. And if you remember his players and his teams were, vocal and colorful and entertaining. He was entertaining offensively, defensively, on the podium, on the sidelines, everything. I would say Jerry Glanville in a different way, but kind of the same philosophy of letting people be themselves. I would go with Jerry Glanville.
There is an art to leadership. I am learning about it. Realize I'm not a good leader right now. And it's something that you have to study up and evolve. But it's important, and he's got it. He's figured out a way to rally his troops and command them and get the best out of them. And he's a good X's and O's guy. He just got to figure out how to fix that defense. And I got some.
Well, I think the defense has done a pretty damn good job overall, considering all.
Don't tell those lies. Don't tell those lies.
Yeah, bro. All the injuries in the secondary.
Don't make excuses, bro. Don't. Everybody got it.
You're too harsh and too unrealistic at times. With players that aren't in good positions.
Hey, listen.
Blame the player.
No.
In this case, that defense has done a really good job considering everything that's gone on. And by the way, I think it's going to get better now because I hate to say it.
Answer this question.
Agba was not doing his job.
Answer this question.
Now we'll get more playing time and he'll become the monster.
Answer this question.
And open it up for Phillips.
Is this defense good enough to win a championship? Yes or no?
Not yet. No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Not
yet.
So then don't say it's good. And don't say they've been good enough.
It's good. It's not a great defense.
Come on, bro.
Hey, bro, they're 7-3, my man.
7-3. The defense, okay, they've contributed to that 7-3.
Yeah,
they show up at opportune moments in occasions.
And what the hell's changed for 3 years? What the hell's changed for 3 years, dog? They bend all the time, but they don't break. They gave up all those freaking yards to Justin Fields. And then at the end of the game, there's a couple of plays that they stopped Fields, the linebacker, the really cool dude. What's his name? Duke Riley. Duke Riley made a hell of a play on Justin Fields out in the open field.
Listen.
Of Justin Fields.
You need Jerome Baker to play better. You need Raekwon Davis to play better. You need Jalen Phillips to play better. You need Javon Holland to play better. You need Xavier Howard to play better.
He's got to get healthy. He's got to get healthy.
But he's still got to play better. Is Xavier playing at the level that he's
No. What it's looking like is like what I said 2 years ago. Trade him. That's what it's looking like.
Stop. If you're going to win the championship, you're going to win the
My,
championship with
my man,
Xavier.
my man, if he doesn't pick it up this year or next year,
Bro,
I
do
was
you want
right.
to see that defense without Xavier? Because he's doing the heaviest lifting
Have
on
you
the team.
watched him this year? They attack him like he's a regular corner, bro.
And because
all the time.
And,
Watch the game.
because he's taking the heaviest workload.
It doesn't matter what, dude. He's not a number
Let
one
somebody
corner
else
right
take
now.
the heaviest workload and
I don't know if he
just
has
make him
one or two
stationary
growing
on
injuries.
the right side. Then see what
Yeah.
happens.
Listen, I don't know if he has one or two growing injuries still, but
It
he's
don't
not
matter.
himself.
It
and
don't
they're
matter.
attacking him like he's a normal corner.
Oh well, yeah, and eventually he'll find a way to put himself in a position to make plays. But
so far, he has not done enough of that this year.
okay, and
if-
hold
and all
this
I'm saying
entire
is,
defense to the exact same standard that you're holding him to.
all I'm saying is, if it continues down this path, I was right. That was the gravy
It's a
train.
lot.
That was
it's-
when you had to get off and get a bunch of picks. Now you're never going
Those
to get
picks.
off.
I
with
don't
picks.
want no picks for Xavier Howard. What I'm
I
gonna do with a bunch of
I do. They have a front office that can find defensive.
what I'm gonna do with a bunch of Noah
everywhere.
Igbenogany's? What am I gonna do with that?
Everywhere. It doesn't
What-
matter about monogamy when you can find X and you can find Javon
Bro.
and you can find Minka, you can find
Bro.
Brandon, you can find Kohu, and you can find Trill, and you can find
You
Needham.
give me everybody you
I
name is
wanna
not
hear that
Xavier
shit.
Howard.
You know how sad it sounds that anybody mentions Noah when they've hit on every other guy in their defensive backfield. They find guys off the street. They find guys in Division II. The complaining about Noah
Guys
is
who can
ridiculous.
fill a spot, not guys you build
Brother,
a
they got
defense
this
around.
Justin, what's his name? The speedster that's 30 years old,
Bethel?
33 years old. Yeah, they got him, and they're making him make plays.
Bro, he made one
how-
play.
That's
He
how
made
good
one play.
front office / coaching is.
He made
Because I gotta
one
give the
play.
defensive coordinator a ton of love for what he does with that secondary, how he's keeping that shit together. It's amazing. What are you talking about, bro? How can you say that?
Trash.
Justin Bethel's playing the best corner of his life, and he doesn't even play corner. He's been a special teamer. Cater
Trash.
Kohu is a Division II player that the defensive coordinator helped find and develop. He was just voted by CBS as the 6th top defensive rookie. Come on, bro. Number 6. You know how many failed defensive picks there are behind that? All over the place. Division II
he's
undrafted
got plenty
player.
of opportunity. He's got plenty of opportunity just because he's out there.
And
holding-
he's coming through. He's coming through. It's not opportunity. It's coming
Okay,
through.
then if he's
Because
coming through, let him
Noah
go
gets
defend. Let him go
opportunities
defend.
and
Let him
doesn't-
help
and
you
he
go
doesn't
defend the
do
guy that Xavier Howard is defending. See how that works out.
Well, I don't know, but the way Xavier Howard is playing right now, it's not play. It's like watching Kyle Lowry right now. They're both stealing money.
Wow, you really just did that.
I just did
That's
that.
so disrespectful.
Yeah, but dude, when you get the praise when you play well, right? When you don't, well, you got to talk about it. And X is not getting it done. I know
And
he's
you
your
get
buddy.
okay. Let me ask you a
I
question.
know you don't
Your
want
front-
to be.
your-
I know you don't want to be recorded on video saying that X is not good right now.
No. I'm not saying that X has been good right now. I'm not saying that X has been himself right now. What I am saying
Not
is
even
he's
close.
carrying the heaviest load on the entire defense. And where's his pass rush?
I think Holland is carrying the heaviest load of them all, and there is no pass rush. That you're right about that.
So,
but now,
how is a
I
cornerback
think
supposed
now,
to
I
play
think you saw it in the
shadow-
last game. I think Chubb's going to bring that now with Agba out, who wasn't doing his job. I think Chubb is going to bring it and pick it up for Jalen.
So you expect me to cover shadow the best offensive weapon of every team all game because no pass rush with a groin injury, and then hold and have him out there naked, no help because he don't get no safety help, and that's all on him. Like you don't hold the coaches accountable for not getting him help. You don't hold.
Well, but isn't he a shutdown corner? Is he supposed to be on an island, bro?
Cornerbacks get beat, bro.
Wow.
They get Jalen Ramsey don't get beat this year.
Well, right now,
does Jalen Ramsey get beat this year?
yeah, that's right. Jalen Ramsey not
Does
playing
Darius
well.
Slay get beat this year? Yes.
He's playing better. He's playing better.
Bro, quarterbacks
but
get beat.
Jalen Ramsey is not playing well either, by the way.
You know, quarterbacks get beat. You know what the elite ones do? They cleanse it and they move on and they continue to play. Last I checked, he's doing the heaviest lifting for a shitty ass defense.
And a lot of cleansing.
Touche. Bro.
A lot of cleansing.
Touche. You got it. But you know what? And that this week is not a good test because there's no elite cornerback, elite wide
This
receiver.
is the week where you continue to work on your running game for the second half of the season. You did it 2 weeks ago. You're playing the worst team now in run defense, bro. Work that and get that shit going because you're going to need that in these coming months now. If you could get that running, that's the other thing that I'm hoping now with what's happened with Robert Jones and with Shell, is that if they can actually get the running game going, then you're really going to see the real Mike McDaniel offense. And that would be a real positive for the Dolphins if they can do that this year.
I want to see the real Miami defense. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. But although I've been saying this now for a couple of weeks, we need to change our thinking because we've been programmed for 25 years that the defense bails out the offense. That's not how it is anymore.
No,
it's the offense. The offense is going to have to bail out the defense at times.
Defense got to show up, bro. Defense got to
is-
show up with pass rushing. Defense
Right.
got to show up with better coverage from linebackers. Defense got to show up with Jerome Baker. Can you make a play this season?
Yeah, but
Defense
don't get spoiled. Don't get spoiled with the defenses of the past because the strength of the team now is offense.
If I've seen you do it for the last 4 years, why would I not expect you to do it?
Because you don't have Brandon Jones and Byron Jones in there. So you cannot be the defense that you really want to be, Omar. That's why they're now playing more zone, Omar.
They're playing more zone because he finally stopped being stubborn.
Well, because you don't have the talent right now to be playing man on man. So you try first with the guys to see if you can do man on man. And since you can't, well, then now you have to implement some zone. And so that's why you're implementing some zone because you don't have the skill set. You can't replace Brandon Jones. He's irreplaceable. Nobody on the team can do his job. You have to you need multiple guys. And then you don't have,
I give you
and
credit
then
because you've always
X
been
is not
super high on
and
Brandon
Byron's
Jones.
not playing. Your defense can never be what it was without those guys in there, bro. It's impossible, Omar.
Bro, Brandon Jones ain't dope like that. I've said this to you for 2 years now.
My man, if Brandon Jones is in there and Javon Holland is in there and X is playing healthy, Byron will do his job and do a very good job overall. Is he a complete shutdown? No. Is he a takeaway machine? No. But he doesn't give up a lot of passes. And in that defense, he would be much better. But right now, without those elements, it changes everything about that Dolphin defense.
That's fair.
You know it does.
But it does.
It
Should.
does,
Next man up.
unfortunately.
Next man up.
Those are important players you're missing. Nick Needham, you're missing in your slot. You're missing Byron Jones. You're missing Brandon Jones.
Oh, but Cater Kodu.
I love Cater Kohu, man, but he's a rookie from Division II, and he's played out of his freaking mind. But again, I can't put him at the level of 3 veterans already. You know what I'm saying? It's just not fair either. And I love Kohu. Let me tell you something. Kohu's starting on this team next year.
Yeah, because they're getting rid of Byron.
Right. Exactly. Or if Needham doesn't come back because he wants too much money to play the slot, either way.
Needham's gonna be a $2 million a year player.
Because the Achilles, he can't. But let's just say he gets crazy about money. You know, these guys aren't going to pay it, so he may leave. So either way, Kohu will be.
Ain't nobody. Yeah, Kohu. I think Kohu's gonna play ahead of Needham anyway. No matter.
I like Kohu. I think he's grown into one hell of a player.
All
right. Great product placement by you. Doing the hit with an I Am Athlete background. I love that. That is
when you're the boss, you're supposed to do things like this.
Exactly. So tell them about I Am Athlete. What's coming up, bro, so they can follow you.
What's coming up? We're doing our tour in Atlanta on the 1st. We're shooting some episodes start of season 4 in Atlanta on the 3rd. And we've got Adam Jones. We got a new project called I Am, which I talked to you when we were shooting it. We're cutting it up right now. It's like a reality series like thing. So yes, I'm producing reality TV. So there you go.
And tell Pac-Man that I'm glad he kicked that guy's ass in the airport because he deserved it. I know Pac-Man's gotten in trouble for all kinds of shit he shouldn't have done, but that was the one time that I'll say, Pac-Man, you did the right thing by kicking that idiot's ass.
Pac-Man's a fighter, man. Pac-Man's a fighter. Literally.
No doubt about that.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is look in the man's eyes, and you know that there's no fear in those eyes.
He's actually fighting. He's fighting a guy. He boxes, and he's fighting on December 9th in I think Providence.
Yeah, I saw it. I read it.
We got to go out there and we got to support him. But yeah, we're doing our thing, baby.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That fight in the airport with that dude that just was a smartass. That was freaking great. That was great. And he didn't get in any trouble for that one because he was completely in the right in that one. So that was actually cool. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly. Oh, we'll catch up next week, my friend. Appreciate you.
All right, man. I'll let you.
You got it. There you go. The great Omar Kelly, baby. Long moving services, home moving services, long distance moving services, office relocation. The folks at Essential Moving Experts can handle it anywhere you're at in the country. Call them, folks. Make sure you reach out and tell them that Big O sent you. 844-368-5750. That's 844-368-5750. This is the Miami Dolphins Exchange.
You've been listening to the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking for local, home, long moving services, or office relocation, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Miami Dolphins fans, follow Big O Radio Show on all platforms and keep up with your favorite NFL team.
Nico, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says Zach Thomas was a linebacker with a QB mind and the heart of a lion. He played with reckless abandon. He is way past due for the Hall of Fame. I agree. And I love my man Omar. Obviously disagree with him many times over the years. And this one also on Andre Johnson or somebody that doesn't have a championship. I don't use the championship to measure you because it's not your fault sometimes. I can't blame you. It's just, it's just something to me. It just doesn't make any sense. There are great players that are put in terrible positions, and it's not their fault. Dale Murphy, before the Braves became good, he was a great player for a long, long time for them, man. And it's not his fault that he was on those bad Braves teams. It just happens. Ernie Banks was on bad Cubs teams. I can't blame him. And this happens all. And Andre Johnson was just on a bad franchise for years. I know what I'm watching. I've watched this game since I was a child, and I've had the pleasure of covering this game personally for 30 years now. And being around these, I've met very few receivers more gifted than Andre Johnson and great on the field, like impeccable on the field. I love Andre Johnson. I think he is one of the greatest receivers I have ever seen in my life. And he put up the stats, and he did the best he could with the shit that he played with. And he played with no quarterbacks, man. That guy was a monster. For me, Andre Johnson is a first ballot Hall of Famer. I know what I see in Andre Johnson. And I know if he plays with Tom Brady or Joe Montana or Pat Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers, his stats would be one of the best ever. Touchdowns, everything. it would be elite. His numbers would be right up there with the best of the best. They're excellent now. They would be impeccable. Why? Because he would have a great passer, something he never had, which would make a world of difference in his game. And sometimes you have to look at players in all sports. Some of them are great, but they're stuck in a place where it doesn't allow them to truly shine and reach all the pinnacles that you possibly could. And Marino is a perfect example. Marino's a Hall of Fame player, a first ballot. He's a monster, dude. To watch that guy play was dominance, but his teams weren't very good. His defenses were always mediocre as hell. Never had a running game that he could rely on. And that's Shula's fault. Rest in peace, Shoes. I love you, but he failed Marino. Just like I said for 2 years, they have failed Tua. And exactly what I meant. And guess what happened now? Oh, they got it right. They finally got it right around Tua. And wow, wouldn't you know, Tua's balling out. Give Marino a defense and a running game, and we probably would have celebrated a couple titles. All depends on where you're put, man, and what help you have. That's what's going to determine also your greatness and how many things you can achieve. You may not be able to achieve everything that you possibly could because of the situation that you were put in. It's not your fault. I'm not going to blame it on you and take away the right that you belong with the best of the best because somebody, because bad luck put you in a place that didn't allow you to grow. It's not right. Big O, do you know why Richmond Webb hasn't been placed in the Hall of Fame? And I agree, Zach Thomas should be in the Hall of Fame as well. Richmond Webb, because they didn't accomplish anything. And because also, I think also with Richmond and with Keith, who again, 2 Hall of Fame talents. They'll never get in. You want to know why? They didn't accomplish anything big. They went to 1 Super Bowl. They didn't dominate in running games, which that would have helped them out. And Marino kind of takes away a little shine from them because he was so good, got rid of the football quickly. A lot of people like to credit the lack of sacks more to Marino than the offensive line because Marino did not hold on to the ball. That radar found somebody, snap, drop, throw. There was no holding and pat and look around. No. That didn't happen with Marino. It's snap, drop, throw. That's it. So for me, I think the Richmond Webb Keith Sims thing is about accomplishments, not enough of it, and the flexibility. If they would have had a running back behind them that they would have constantly been blocking for, I think they're in the Hall of Fame. Both of them, by the way. They were both exceptional players. But the situation you're put in, it's the way it goes. Unfortunately. But unfortunately, those 2 guys will never get in. I don't believe they ever will. And I would put both of them in. But because of the way they played, and it was like they were a one-trick pony. They were only a pass-blocking duo. They weren't the complete, not that they couldn't do it, but because that offense was never committed to the run. And that's kind of the label that they get. So they won't be appreciated outside of South Florida fan base. Any Dolphin fan around the world will appreciate the hell out of those guys. Everybody else will look at them and say, oh, yeah, those were solid players. That's the way they'll look at it. And they won't look at them as great players. I want Tua to win a Super Bowl for Marino, Clayton, and Duper. I want him to win it for you, Willie, and for me, and for all the Dolphin fans also, by the way. Okay. You guys see the Tua Hater tournament? The Tua Hater tournament. I don't know what that means. Big O, my woman's new client made 10 grand today since she traded all of her clients' money from money onto Bitcoin. Smart. Smart. Buying it now at this price. What you got for me, Sean?
No, I was gonna say I sent that to you in your Twitter DM.
You sent, let me see what you sent on my Twitter DM. What do we got going on here? Oh, the receipts. There it is. The Tua Hater tournament is only 25 hours away. Create and submit your bracket prediction by clicking the link below for a chance to win. Let's blow this tweet up and get ESPN. All right, let me retweet it myself here for the guys. The Tua Hater tournament. I know I'm not here on it. Okay.
It actually allows you to set up your own brackets as well. I went through
That's
a couple
fine.
brackets. There are a few of our insiders that are on there.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no. Well, of course, some of our insiders should be on there.
I saw
the
Aaron
first
a
guy.
couple times.
Omar's here on it.
Omar's on there.
Joe
Yep.
Shad is on it. I see Dave Hyde on it.
Yep.
Alan Poupar is on it.
Ruthie Polinsky is on it.
So Ruthie was I didn't know that she was a doubter.
Well, I think she was at the beginning. She's a little behind. Even Chris Whittingham's on it as well, because in the bracket I saw it was Chris against Ruthie, which I thought was kind of funny.
Yeah, I didn't know that Whittingham wasn't a believer. I think that show's on while we're on, so I don't really. I rarely ever listen to that show, so I wouldn't know much about anything that goes on that show. But I see Nick Wright is on there, Salguero's on there, Florio's on there, Lombardi, a complete clown, he's on there, Cow Turd is on there, Ben
Keyshawn Johnson's on there. I know
he should be on there.
Yeah.
Is Brandon Marshall. I was just gonna say, because we just had Omar on. I said, I wonder, Steve Sevkis is on there. I don't think anybody's been more wrong than Steve. Diana Rossini definitely belongs there. So Joy Taylor's not on here, right?
I didn't see her in the ones I
it
clicked on.
wasn't. Who was it that I was confusing Rossini with?
Mina
It was
Kimes.
Mina Kimes, but she's on here, isn't she?
The ones I looked at, I don't remember seeing her on those ones. But again, you can make your own. So there's a bunch of them as you go up and down.
Oh, okay. So this is one that this guy made.
Yeah, I believe that's how it works out, because they have different people in different brackets.
Okay.
I think the one they made, like all the top ones are advanced to the second round that the Dolphins receipts made, but then you can go in there and make your own.
There's some names here that I have no idea who the hell they are. They're not like, I don't know who.
Somebody said Alex Dono. I didn't see him on there, but I remember when he said TVD
Yeah,
was
Dono-
the best quarterback in Miami.
Yeah. Dono is not a Tua guy either. Yeah, I don't know who Little Scooter is or Adam Rank. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, there's some names there I have no. I don't know if they're like YouTube friends or something.
Oh, okay. So this is not
YouTube, Twitter
media.
friends or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they might have like YouTube haters or something.
Yeah, because I saw TD Fins Talk is on one of them. There's some Dolphin YouTubers that are on a couple different brackets as well.
People have mentioned that. I don't know who that guy is. I don't know. I've never. I don't know what the.
Now we know from here. I know the name.
Yeah, I know people have mentioned it here. I don't know who that is, but okay, I got you. All right, interesting. All right. Well, hey, man, I'm not in that list. I'm not on the haters, so I'm good. I'm fine. I've dealt with enough of that shit in my career. It's all good. I don't mind being on this side of it. You know, I've been on the other side of it many times. You know, and eventually it comes full circle, and I'm off. You know. But those of you now on the now the new one is the X, right? That's the new one the trip that I was on, right? Trade X. If X doesn't come back to form this year and next year in his final year here, he doesn't play well, you're all going to remember and say, he was right. 3 years ago, we should have traded him. After next year, you'll say 3 years. You should have traded him for all the, a bunch of picks and get out on the gravy train. I hope he comes back, because if the Dolphins are going to win the Super Bowl this year, they need X to find some kind of form and get back to being, X. You're going to need that. Yes, Sean.
Can I ask a dumb question? Because I know you're not a medical profession, so.
But I slept at a Holiday Inn last night. My wife kicked me out of the house.
Oh, okay.
So
All
I
right.
was at
You
a
may
Holiday
know the
Inn.
answer.
So she allowed me to come back today to the house just to do the show, and then they're kicking me out again. So since I slept at a Holiday Inn, I can answer anything. Go ahead.
All right. With X, how do you heal 2 growing poles during the season? I mean, yeah, you can rest during practice and things like that, but when you go out for a game, you're doing that every week, except for the bye week this week.
Well, what's worked for me is I go to Robert Kraft's Asian Day Spa, and they rub me long time, and I feel so much better. So my suggestion to X is to go to Robert Kraft's Asian Day Spa and have them rub you long time, and your groin will feel better and looser. And there you go. So that to me is the way you solve it.
But does Robert Kraft help the Dolphins?
Technically, he is. He doesn't need it for his team this year anyways. They're not going anywhere. He knows it. So might as well share the Asian Day Spa with the rest of us. So those of you that are having any growing issues, get it rubbed at the RK Day Spa. That's it. They rub you a long time. 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056. I do want to remind you, if your business wants to be a part of our platform, great way to market your business, great way to also get new customers locally, statewide, nationally, and even internationally, because this show, its tentacles are reaching out everywhere. We're like Saguafair. We're everywhere. So if your business wants to be a part of our platform, really easy. Call our business line, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. That's not a phone line for talking sports or reaching out to us or anything. It's only for, business purposes. That's the only calls that are going to be returned, okay? Just in case, because once in a while we'll get a call in and, is this O? Can I talk to O? No, you're getting a voicemail, and they're going to call you back if you're actually a business and you want to do some business. Like maybe your business wants to fly us out to your company anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world except Qatar, Russia, China, Cuba, North Korea. Okay, a couple countries that we really don't want to be at. You know what I'm saying? But everywhere else, we're open, man. We're open. So if your business wants to be a part of ours, and by the way, internationally, you can also reach out to us on email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com, bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. But if you're in the States and you want to reach out to us on our business line, 786-754-4664. Frankie Fresco, thank you for the love in the super chat. He says, ever heard of Chris Jericho's rock and wrestling Rager at Sea? I have not heard. I didn't know that Jericho had his own cruise. That's interesting.
Yeah, it goes out of Miami here. It goes out of Miami each year.
Okay. I wonder
Fosse
if he gets.
performs and things like that, and they do wrestling on it.
Okay, all right. Well, but they're probably also rocking, right? So Fozzy will perform. Question is, what other bands go to it? So this would be the perfect trip for a show like ours to be welcomed on there, because I can do the rock interviews and you can do the wrestling interviews. Like, we got it all covered. I think that makes a lot of sense. Should call Chris Jericho and tell him, yo, come on. Jamie says, Orlando, are you and Sean coming to the Bay Area? I have my tickets ready for the game. Super excited to see the team live on their way to the Super Bowl. Unfortunately, we are not going to the game or the event. And Jamie, I don't know if you know, but December 2nd, we got a big event going on. Dolphin Fan Club and the 49ers Fan Club on December 2nd. You're going to be able to meet, let's see, it's Mark Duper, Mark Clayton, John Taylor, and Eric Wright. So there you go, right there. Saturday, December 3rd at Mission Peak Sports Complex, 4020 Technology Place in Fremont, California, Jamie. So that's a great event for all of you out there in Northern California. Or if you're traveling from anywhere in the world for this game against the Dolphins and the Niners, the day before that game on Saturday, you're going to be able to enjoy a great event and meet some Dolphin legends and Niner legends. So check it out. What do you got, Sean?
The music side for the Chris Jericho Rockin' Cruise.
Yes.
Is Fozzy.
Right.
Quiet Riot.
Okay.
Royal Bliss. Raven. Priss. Quarantine. Guardians of the Jukebox. Gutter Candy. Dave Spivak Project. The Vaudettes. And We Are Wasted.
Okay.
And they've got some comedy and other things going on as well.
Okay. Not impressed with the band's lineup.
You're not going to, I mean, it looks like Quarantine is Jericho as well because he's front and center on there. I don't know.
Well, I know Fozzy is his band.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and then Quiet Riot really has nobody from the original band, because obviously we just lost Benali, finally succumbed to cancer, unfortunately, and we've lost everybody else. I think what's the name of the guitarist? There's one guy that's there from the band, but God, they've gone through so many singers, and that's just a shell. Raven, I just saw Raven open up for Metallica. But that's about it. That's all I know in there. Nothing else. So yeah, I don't think that I would be. I mean, I love Jericho. Chris is a cool dude. Love Fozzy. Love his music. But that's about it. You know. But I would still go to it because it would be good for some of the music and a lot of the wrestling stuff for you. So I think that would be cool. Big O, say hi to my mom, Hetty. I just picked her up, and she's a huge Dolphin fan. Okay. Did I say that, William? Did I mention it right? Is it Hetty? Hello, Hetty. How you doing? Go Dolphins. They're going to kick some butt this weekend. Going to crush the Texans. And Hetty, make sure William brings you to Arizona for the Super Bowl, because I've got a house there, and we're going to have a party. We're going to have a Dolphins party at my house in Phoenix. So don't allow him off the hook there. He's got to bring you to our party. I mean, listen, how many times do we get to go to the Super Bowl, Hetty? So, yes, come on over. What do you got for me?
Well, Irving, just so you know, I have not seen your super chat, and I don't see it in our chat. So and then this super chat, it came in. We missed it during, I guess, the interview.
Oh, Matthew, what are your thoughts on Matt Stafford's chances at the Hall of Fame? I personally feel he wasted his best years with the Lions. Matt Stafford physically has the Hall of Fame talent. I personally would not put him there. Okay? I don't think he was anything special in the Super Bowl. I think it was more about the receiver and the defense. I would not put him in the Hall of Fame. His resume for me does not resonate Hall of Fame. Too many of those ill-timed interceptions in Detroit. So, yeah. Got to stay away from that. Irving Figueroa, thank you for the love in the super chat. The way you clowned Omar into more was classic. Into more. Oh, you mean you talk about Matt Moore, his boy? I mean, certain guys did earn it, you know? I have fun with Omar. We agree and we disagree, bro. That's going to happen in sports. Frankie Fresco, AEW, Orange Cassidy or Jake Hager? Well, I'm going to go with Orange Cassidy over Hager. Oh, I'm getting 2 thumbs up and everything. All right, I'm going with Cassidy because I'm going to go with David Cassidy from the Partridge Family. So since I know that Cassidy, I'm going to go with Orange Cassidy versus Jake Hager. How about that? And we'll go with Trump, who's got orange hair. So there you go. Will, did I get your mom's name right? I hope I did. Oh, I love it. You guys are a trip. Thomas Reinhardt, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you for the love on the Cash App. Very nice of you. Thank you, sir. Remember, you can send a donation through Cash App or Venmo. That is Cash Big O Show. And, of course, you can also donate Bitcoin through Cash App. Okay? And Thomas, you didn't send any message, so thank you. I saw the Cash App there. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Irving Figueroa, thank you also for the Cash App. Frankie says your logic for all these wrestling picks are classic. Well, you know, it's since I don't know anything about wrestling, I gotta just, you know, this is what I do. Because I don't know anything about this either, but neither does my wife. So we go to Gulfstream, you know, every once in a while. We'll do it like once or twice a year. We'll go over while they have their meets going on and they're running. And we'll go and have an afternoon where we'll just pick some horses, have some lunch. I love watching horse racing, okay? I know nothing about it. Zilch. Okay? Let's just get that straight. But my wife, who also knows nothing, but she'll tell me, oh, I love the coat on that horse. Oh, that horse is, oh, that one looks like it's kind of active. You know, she'll just come up with these kind of things. So, is that the one you want, honey? Yeah, that's the one I like. She'll pick more winners than I do, bro. That's all I can tell you. So with wrestling, since I don't know shit about wrestling, they've got all these funky names. And I can always tie a name to something. So there you go. That's what I do. Big O Matt Stafford was never an all-pro, only one-time Pro Bowler. Crazy. Even Tannehill made a Pro Bowl. Agree, not a Hall of Famer. I wouldn't put him in the Hall of Fame. He has a one of the great arms, but yeah. Oh, what's your opinion on Jalen Phillips this season? And if he's impressing you more this year, was it because Phillips was held back by Flores? I don't believe Phillips was held back by Flores. I think what Phillips was led improperly at times by Flores when they would put him too much in coverage, which, by the way, they've done that sometimes this year. I love his effort this year. I think he's done a really good job overall. Here's what I think is going to happen now over the next couple of weeks. Emmanuel Ogbah was not bringing it. And he wasn't the threat around the corner that he had been the first 2 years. I don't know if he got his money or whatever, and now he's out for the season, unfortunately. So we'll never know if he was going to have a better second half and pick it up or whatever. But in the last game, it felt like Chubb was getting more comfortable. And now instead of a rotation, I think you're going to see a lot more of Chubb getting after that quarterback. And I think it's going to pick it up for Phillips, because I think teams are going to have to start scheming for Chubb, because Chubb is going to come around that corner and tear people's heads off. And I think that's going to open it up now for him. I expect Jaelan Phillips to get more of the sack numbers. He's got a lot of the hurries. He's got some hits, but he needs to pick up the sack numbers. And I think the sack numbers now will pick up, because I think Chubb is going to be the guy that they're going to make sure they send all the time. Okay? Let's find out. We'll find out if it picks up now from here on out. Addition by subtraction, a lot like Eichenberg. Exactly. I think that's what might happen. You may not have the same depth now because you have one less pass rusher, but maybe a Van Ginkel can pick it up and other guys can help you out and kind of chip in. You know, losing Brandon Jones kills your pass rush too from that position, because he was such a good blitzer from that spot, and they don't have a strong safety now that brings the same kind of tools. That's why I was going back and forth with Omar, where the defense has got to pick it up. And you can only ask so much from the defense. They have lost so much that they have lost too much that hurts their identity. Without a healthy X, a healthy Byron Jones, a healthy Brandon Jones, a healthy Nick Needham, then you can't have the same secondary, and you can't do the same things with your front seven. And it's gotten so bad that now you've got to play some zone, which makes it even harder. And kudos to the coach and the players for adjusting and playing more zone, because they have to, but they've also done a decent job with it. But it's hard for me to go have all these crazy demands for a defense that has lost so much. That's the way I look at it. And that's why I think we have to have a little bit more patience with the defense. And I think this is more a team that is going to be bailed out by its offense. You just need the defense to make timely plays. They're going to bend like they have for 3 years. They're going to give up some yards like they have for 3 years. But they find ways at the end of games to make a play here or there like they have for 3 years. And that's kind of the MO that they've got to continue to follow. But don't ever expect this team to be a shutdown defense. That's just not fair. And that's where I disagree with Omar. Coach knows how to play to the strengths of his players, doesn't try to change players. That's I've seen more of that. I will agree with that. Horse racing is fun to bet on. I know nothing either, but it is fun. I love horse racing, and I know nothing about it. It was cool when in my younger days, when I was hanging out in the station, or if I'd go out to the track and hang out with Eddie K or Hammer, and I could get tips from them. That was actually cool. That was enjoyable because they actually follow it and they know. Oh, this horse did this, this, and this, and that one no, and I don't like this trainer and this, and they know all the stuff, and I'm like, this one's better on dirt than it is on turf, and God, it's stuff that a real horse racing enthusiast would know and would keep up with all that. I, on the other hand, don't have time for that. Can't do it. It wasn't my thing. Never has been. So I'll just go and have some fun. Matt Stafford got his second concussion in 2 weeks this past Sunday. Where are all the concerned journalists and content creators? What can I tell you, right? All right. First of all, before we leave, once again, our thoughts and prayers are with all of our American friends in Chesapeake, Virginia right now, and the families that are going through a brutal, brutal time right now after the Walmart shooting. 6 dead, several injured. Just a disturbing situation that continues to happen in our country, and I just hope we can find a way to control this and bring it down, because our streets aren't that safe, man. And it's sad to be hearing. I think this is the 40th mass killing this year, or 45 last year. So our prayers to all of our friends in Chesapeake, Virginia, who are going through a rough time. We thank Ira Winderman, Kurt Heelan, Ian Rappaport, Matt Verderam, Omar Kelly. We thank all of you out there for tuning in as always. We appreciate your support. We love you out there for supporting us every single day. Don't forget to smash the like button on your way out. Share the YouTube page or iTunes, Spotify. Spread the word. Spread the love. Visit our sponsors, like Cutter's Edge Pro right there that you see above me. Visit our great sponsors, because without them, there is no platform, folks. We need you. We need our sponsors. We need Sean Stanley, who does an excellent job, as always, mastering this entire platform. I want to thank all of you. I want you to have a great and safe Thanksgiving. Enjoy the family. Enjoy the food. Enjoy the football. May you be blessed. We will see you on Friday. Black Friday, baby. We'll be live from Acura Pembroke Pines at 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 in Pines. Come on out and join Sean and myself. Thank you all out there. We'll see you on Friday. Be good.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.